City Clerk, may I have roll call?
Commissioner Larson,
Here.
Commissioner Mayer, Commissioner Ottaway, Commissioner Schlegel,
Here.
Commissioner Smith, Mayor Pro Tem Hanley,
Here.
and Mayor Davis.
Here. Commissioner Smith will be a few minutes late, but otherwise, Commissioners, we have two others who are missing. Could I have a motion for Pro Tem Hanley?
I move that we excuse Commissioner Ottaway and Commissioner Mayer for personal reasons.
And a second, Commissioner Schlegel?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. So we also we need a motion for the approval of the agenda, Commissioners. Commissioner Schlegel,
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda as written.
it's your turn.
Second.
Commissioner Larson,
Second that.
any comments?
No.
All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. I have no announcements this morning, so we will move right along to public comments. If there is anyone for public comments, please, I think do we use this podium over here? Step up to the podium and provide your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Margaret Brum, 404 East Magnetic Street. If I do a lot of blinking, it's because I'm essentially nocturnal and this is the middle of my night. As we get into these budget discussions, this is like the 6th or 7th year I've attended the prep meeting, and you'll notice the crowd is very sparse. Usually I blame the crowd, but in this case, as the city manager and the mayor are aware, this meeting wasn't on the website until I brought it to their attention. And this calls into question whether it was even noticed in time for the 48 hours. And this is the second time this year this has happened. And I would encourage that it not happen again, because this is one of the most critical meetings. I have confirmed that it's being broadcast, and I know you're taping it, but it's not the same as letting people know in advance that it's happening. I can't see the clock from here, so I'm just going to keep talking forever. Number two, as you go through your budget issues, I have one phrase to ask you to keep in mind. The U.S. Constitution applies to activities of the City Commission of the City of Marquette. I know we're pretty far away from the founders, and I know we're very far away from Washington, D.C., but as of right now, in my professional opinion, I went out to Peter White Drive. I went out to Peter White Drive yesterday and went down the steps to the breakwater. At least 2 months ago, I noticed the city that the steps were in poor condition, and it was brought to my attention that they'd been inspected and it was added to the list of projects. They're in worse condition now. You're looking at an American with Disabilities Act challenge to how you prioritize, since those are the only access to the breakwater, and they're not in any shape for anyone to walk on, let alone someone with a mobility challenge. In addition, you're looking at public art. You've got a budget for public art. I brought an issue to the attention of the City Commission this week about the possibility that someone could interpret the recent Seven Grandfathers art project as being public money being spent on essentially religious artwork for a very specific group of people. And I'm going offline on that. But I would encourage you, as you make these decisions, to remember the Constitution, and also to remember that there's a hint in the air of shutting the road around the island to solve more and more problems. When it was first shut back in the 1970s for walking, there was no Americans with Disabilities Act. There now is. And so that any challenge to shutting the island road to solve problems will be subject to a federal American with Disabilities Act challenge, just because it's the only way around for many, many people who are mobility challenged. So it's a pleasure to be here to listen to you talk money. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Since I'm seeing all city staff, I'm going to assume that there is no more, and I will close public comment. Commissioners, we have a consent agenda in front of us. I would need a motion to approve. Pro Tem Hanley,
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
and a second. Commissioner Schlegel,
Second.
comments? Okay. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. So we're moving on to our one and only new business item, which is the budget. And so that I will turn it over to our city manager, Karen Kovacs. And you can take it away, Karen.
Thank you. All right. We can go ahead and put up the slides here. Get started on the slideshow, that would be great. Yep. I'll speak a little bit louder, though. There we go. Good to go. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, and waiting for Commissioner Smith to come in, but she has heard this many times before. So many of you have as well, and I'm excited to have for one of our first budget sessions with him as well. So the purpose of today's meeting is a budget work session, workshop, all-day conference here, and this really is for the City Commission to have a chance to review and hear about some of the updates within the budget that we have here. Education and presentation to the public and residents will be coming at a later date, but yes, this is obviously a public meeting and available for viewing, but this is really meant for the City Commission to really deep dive into it and get some knowledge and ask some questions on that. So while I may fly through many of the points through our budget, we will talk more about some of the reasons and some of the specifics about revenue sources, expenditures probably, that the public would really be interested in at a later date.
So I have a question for you as you start.
Sure.
Do you want us to ask questions as you go along, or wait until you finish a certain portion and then ask questions?
There is no buzzer. There is no game. So, but I think that we can pause for some questions. And I think that there's obviously some areas in here, and when we start getting into it, that we will be pausing for some questions. So if you do have a question, I think it's great just to kind of pop in and ask the question while we're in that discussion.
So
I may get to a point at a later time that would answer your question already, but I'm fine with letting us pause for those
So
questions.
commissioners, I'll just take questions or comments as they come up and not do anything formal, like go down the line or anything. Okay, sorry, Karen.
Nope, you're good. Thank you. This is going to be pretty similar to the previous couple of years that we've done this. We do have, a morning and afternoon session. We've broken it out by the category of funds. Again, we're going to kind of fly through some of the introduction because many of you have been through it, but we'll get started and go through it, and we will be pausing for a break at 11:30. We may get done earlier, but we'll try to have that 11:30 break so that we can refuel a little bit here and stretch your legs, and then have the afternoon session start at 12:30 because we do have other organizations coming in, such as our component units, the library and DDA, coming in to speak on their budgets. So we will certainly start back up at 12:30, even if we break earlier. So again, this morning we're going to cover general fund, debt service funds, internal service funds, and touch on capital outlay. If we don't have time for capital outlay, we will bump that to the afternoon session. But because capital outlay usually ties quite closely into the general fund, we did want to make sure that we're kind of talking about it at the same session. So let's start kind of a few years ago when we first started talking about the budget, when I arrived, and we were certainly in a different place than where we are right now. And one of the most, I think, impactful conversations we had with department heads and commissioners was, hey, what do we actually do and where are all these funds going? And, are there extra things that could be, either compromised or sacrificed? And when we started looking into what we really do within the general fund, which is our main fund, when we asked the question, what could you cut? We really start looking at the core things that we do as a local government. And here you have kind of a picture of some of these departments that we have that are very critical to having a great place to live and visit and enjoy. So I do like to pause here for a moment just to kind of see what we have, and you'll see more of these details on specifics later in the slideshow. But we'll start on the general fund. I did put the page reference in there that coincides with the budget book that you all have. when this is presented to the public, that will be probably different page numbers because that will be a revised budget book. So I'll give you a moment to kind of flip to page 45 and get into the general fund. As I hear everybody flipping through things. All right, looking at the revenues. Everybody found page 45, I'm hoping. Again, we're not going to go into line by line details, but here's a summary of our general fund revenues. We are looking at about $24 million of revenues coming in, and of that $24 million, about $21 million is considered unrestricted. So these are revenues that are not specifically identified for a certain use, or, we think of the obvious as a grant or some of those fees that we receive that need to go back to covering certain expenditures and have some of those stipulations or contractual obligations to utilize that revenue for. So when we look at this, taxes are our main source of revenue. Those are property taxes. And again, the city commission and city staff understand where a lot of these property taxes come from, and some of those challenges, but I think it's really important to note that 50% of our property within the city of Marquette is non-taxable. And we can take that one way or the other, and I don't want it to be seen as a negative per se, because a lot of those non-taxable entities or those nonprofits or government entities are incredibly important for our community and for our general community and well-being here. So again, we think of the university takes up a significant portion of land, state property, city property, schools, churches, things like that, things that are incredibly important. But that is a very unique challenge for us, in a very unique situation that not every other community has. So it does put a little bit more of that strain on our residents or our taxpayers here and some of our small businesses. And so we do not take it lightly that taxes are our largest revenue source. And we don't take it lightly when we had to make that very tough decision many years ago, or about 3 years ago actually, to increase those property taxes to the maximum allowable amount by statute. So what we're looking at here is an increase. And when we see it compared to last year, which is about $12.4 million. That's a $1 million increase. That increase has to do with the 5% taxable value increase that we all have experienced for the second year in a row. And that was, we hate using the word unprecedented because we haven't used it in a while, but that one is the second time in history that it has been a maximum inflation rate of 5% for taxable value. So that, while that does help with increase in revenue, 5% increase in taxable value and revenue for taxes doesn't cover necessarily the significant increase in expenditures that our residents see and our taxpayers see, but also we would see in our general operations. Does that make sense? And when we do talk to the public about revenues and expenditures, there is a very well-known graph where you see property taxes and property values increasing at a slower rate than our expenditures, and that is certainly something that's very troubling across the state, with many communities that is experiencing what seems to be significant growth in properties, but not seeing those revenues coming to cover those costs. One of our other largest revenue sources is state shared revenue, although we do have one more before that. But what you see here is state shared revenue at $3.5 million, which is slightly lower than previous years. Previous years had some one-time, or last year had some one-time allocations due to the COVID funds and some other things. But the one point I do want to make on this is it's growing at a slower rate than what it would have been in about 5 years ago prior to our census. So our population growth, which unfortunately technically saw a decrease, although I feel like we see more people around here, that does have an impact on our state shared revenue. And so we have been really trying to advocate for an update on that, because there was some complications on the census that we do see an increase in population, but unfortunately, due to the way that it was counted during the pandemic and with our university students, it shows as we have a decline. So that does impact state trade revenue, just minor, but it is certainly something to note that we could have had the potential to see more had that been properly counted. Payment in lieu of taxes is our second largest revenue source, and that is about $4 million. And what that covers is something that I'm sure you're all aware of, but that does cover the BLP 5.5% of their revenue. Instead of paying property taxes as they used to, they pay payment in lieu of taxes, and that is totaling about $2.5 million. Also included in there is just about $50,000 of our payment in lieu of taxes for our subsidized housing projects. And I do just want to note that there's, I believe, about 6 or 7 of those units or housing developments, and that brings in $50,000 for the city. So I just wanted to pause there for a moment and touch on that. That's well over 200 to 300 residents or units in these housing developments that only bring in $50,000. I don't have the exact total, but we have a significant number of units in these housing developments. And when we talk about increasing housing, and these are qualified housing developments, so that could be, elderly, I think there's low income, there's LIHTC developments, there's other negotiated payment in lieu of tax arrangements. That is adding to our housing stock, but it is also not providing the revenue in order to continue to provide services for these extra, I guess, housing units. So when we talk about incentivizing housing and looking at trying to find ways to lessen that burden of property taxes for some of these housing developments, it's one that we have to consider the cost of providing the service to that when we cannot receive an increase in that revenue. Did you have something to add on that one?
I do.
Clarifying that.
I think the city manager is making a really good point with this because we are engaging in conversations about housing TIF with individual developments where it really comes to light what the general fund will be receiving with those projects with or without that TIF put in place to support that housing. We're already supporting many units of low-income housing in the city at a greatly reduced tax rate. So we are really directly subsidizing many units of low income and senior housing within the city. If you just take about a ballpark of 200 units, $50,000 a year divided by 200, each of those units is only paying $250 in taxes. Anyone, in the city who's paying a tax bill can recognize that that's a pretty significant subsidy. So that's not to be saying we shouldn't be doing that at all. It's to be saying that we are providing a tremendous amount of taxpayer support to those housing units, and they all have a recognized cost as we continue to look to expand those efforts.
Okay, so my question is, I believe, if I recall correctly, they pay 4%, and the new Black Rocks Crossing is paying 6%. Is there ever an opportunity to renegotiate with the 4%ers?
So it could be 4%. There's a couple of others that perhaps may be at different rates, and I don't have those handy right now. But Black Rock Crossing did negotiate a higher rate, and some other things in there. The option to renegotiate, I would have to probably defer to the city attorney. I don't know if she's prepared necessarily to answer that. But when they are negotiating certain rates for payment in lieu of taxes, it is one that goes into a greater calculation that comes from perhaps MSHDA or state or federal side of things. So it may not work in their calculation to receive certain other credits or things like that. And Suzanne, I'm looking at you if you know off the top
Before
of your
you
head.
answer, I just want to note that Commissioner Smith has arrived.
Thank you.
The only thing I would note is that typically when we have that type of arrangement, that is contractual. So at least for the duration of that contract, there would be no ability to renegotiate. Some of those are long-term contracts because of the type of project that they are. So I would have to look at those agreements, but some of them have been in place for decades, and my guess is that they were maybe decades-long agreements that we probably don't have a whole lot of say in at this point.
That's what I was going to say is the Black Rocks Crossing development that just approved, that was a 15-year PILT agreement, and that just started. So I'm not sure where the other ones are in progress, but I would assume that we're not close to the end of them. We can check.
No, that was a difference with Black Rock Crossing, was there were some finer terms that were defined and negotiated with the developer, which was very much appreciated. And they did identify and recognize the fact that we do have some budgetary constraints, and they did not want that to be something that was negatively impacting us.
Commissioner Schlegel has a question.
Just a comment more than anything, I think, as we navigate through this new brownfield residential stuff that we're starting to look at closely, I'd like to just make sure that if that's going to be impacting this direct area as well, that's, it's well brought up and defined, and how we're going to see this come to fruition. I'm assuming that's going to be underneath this umbrella, or am I wrong with that?
No, Commissioner Schlegel, that wouldn't be under the PILT umbrella, because like any Act 381 brownfield development, they're paying their tax bill, and it's just a portion of it's being captured.
I understand.
So it's part of the general fund, really. And I will say that while we're looking at the budget, when we look at each and every Act 381 project that comes in front of this commission, including the housing ones, we're trying to include the full cost. What is the city buying for its captured dollars? And we're trying to include that in each presentation we give on those. And I think we look at the last work session we had on the Chippewa Square proposal. We really outlined that it's going to be $40,000 a year that is going to be captured to support that project. So that's the direct budget impact. Is if there was no TIF, if there was no housing incentive with that project, it would be an additional actually a little bit less than that, probably $25,000 a year because of the other taxing jurisdictions. But we try and highlight what the impact of those projects will be on the budget, so you understand what you're buying.
Right. Thank you. My misunderstanding.
No, it was a good question. It does go into the conversation we were just having with the payment in lieu of taxes for housing developments. That is why when we were talking about housing, TIF for housing developments, it was important to note that there are several different housing projects out there with several different funding mechanisms. And we are diversifying how we are supporting affordable housing. And it's important to note that this one was very heavy, and it has been part of a conversation that we've had for many years now. And again, it's not saying that we shouldn't be doing this or shouldn't be offering that. It certainly is working. But it's one that's understated on how much we are investing in affordable housing on an annual basis here. And as you see it, it is somewhat significant here. Other payment in lieu of tax arrangements and revenue in here goes to or is impacted by the wastewater and water treatment or water filtration plants. They do pay into a payment in lieu of taxes because they are considered an enterprise fund, which is similar to a business operation, and do contribute into that. So it's important to note that as well. This is fairly consistent with prior years. I think in previous years, you saw perhaps maybe even a decline, and that was due to some of the arrangements with BLP and the PILT that had been kind of worked out with the BLP, and working through some of those details when they have increasing revenues. However, as things become more energy efficient, you also see a decline in something like that with their revenues as well. So there was a little bit of a bumpy road there, and I think we're pretty stable with that. And then we move into the fees, sales, and other revenue sources. That is fairly consistent with prior years, a small increase, about $40,000. And these are specific revenue sources that come from fees, from some of the permitting that goes specifically into paying for the cost of inspections and covering costs that are very much something that needs to be utilized for a certain purpose. And that's equates to about $3 million. And again, that's similar to last year. And then grants, this is where you see a significant decline from last year. Obviously, we don't receive the same amount of grant funding year after year, and we have a smaller grant here, and that's probably some overflow from some of the prior year grants and maybe some smaller, newer grants. And I don't want to put Mary on the spot, but I do want to give you an opportunity to speak on those grants that have changed.
Okay. I think the biggest thing that has changed with the grants, am I on? A lot of the larger grants that we were receiving in the general fund, we've actually pulled them out of the general fund this year, and we're moving them into a construction fund, capital outlay fund. So that way, when we have larger projects that are going over multiple years, they'll be accounted for in that fund. Also, for state reporting, we want to make sure that the departments are really showing their true operational activities rather than these one-time up and down grant funding and grant expenditures. So that's going to be another reason for the decline in the grant revenues in the general fund, is that we've just relocated them to another fund.
Great. Before I move on from revenue, did we want to pause for any other questions on revenue at this point? Great. Great. Thank you. Actually, I do want to point out marijuana revenue, because I think that's been a question that's popped up from the public quite a bit, but also with some commissioners as well. Marijuana tax revenue. We do budget conservatively each year. We have budgeted about $200,000, and that's listed on page 45. And that's, while we have exceeded that every year, we are expecting trends to kind of level out a little bit, and we do want to remain conservative with that. Anything extra that we do receive above what we've budgeted is very much appreciated and celebrated. But this does go back into just general fund revenues. It does not specifically tie to anything. It does help us balance and does help us cover a lot of our important costs. So this past year, we have experienced and received $295,000, but we still remain this year with budgeting $200,000. All right, so moving on to expenditures. There's $24,382,750 in expenditures, and I do just want to point out one thing. That's a lot, yes. It's the same amount as what we have in revenue. So I don't want to jump to too far, but I do want to note that we are presenting a balanced budget, and perhaps maybe I should have led with that one, but I wanted to surprise y'all. So here's a quick breakdown of our expenditures, and I'm gonna dive into them right now. First one that we do talk about, because it is a high priority and it is a high obligation, is debt service, and we are at $3 million for debt service out of the general fund. There are other funds that do contribute into those debt payments, but this is fairly consistent with prior years. It's about $175,000 less, but it is still in that $3 million mark. And we will dive into debt and debt service here shortly, but I do want to just note that this is the general fund's obligation for the debt service payments. You do see wages and salaries at $9.2 million. That is increased from prior years. That does line up with contractual, negotiations and other agreed upon wage increases. And this is one that is a hot topic. Our biggest asset are our people. We have some of the hardest working, most knowledgeable and experienced employees, and they do a darn good job. And it is important that we retain them and attract them at the same time. And this one has been difficult as a public entity and as a local government. There are things that we can provide for our employees to incentivize them to come or stay with us. But there are a lot of things that we cannot do that the private market, the private industry does offer. So where you see some of these increases in retention does end up falling on wages and fringes. But I feel very confident with what we have here, although it is one of the higher expenditures listed here.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
The slide part to the right, I'm assuming that's a word bubble so that
Yeah.
it shows where the highest, how do I say, most of the money goes to the police and then the fire and public works, or is that just?
It's not
It's not
necessarily
a word
weighted.
bubble, like,
No, it's not
Okay.
necessarily weighted, but if you are looking for that information, we can put that together.
yeah, I just looked at it and thought that might be what it is.
No, and yeah, although,
Not to pick on anyone, but ironically,
so I do want to, this got uncomfortable really fast. Thankfully, Ryan's not here. No. Oh, sorry. Ryan's staff is not here.
It's in our packet.
I put you more in executive. I think a couple years ago we did have a full house of firefighters. So if you're listening out there, we love you. No. So I do want to touch on this for a moment because I think it's important to know that if let's say, for example, if police is one of the higher expenditures in the general fund, it's important to know what they are covering and what they do. And, we can certainly present on that, but we have an accredited department. And that is something to be so, so proud of. It comes at a cost. It does. And you get what you pay for. And you are getting a stellar department. And they are accredited. They have some rock solid policies. We have all the confidence in their operations. And they're also very involved in our community as well. So they are an important part. So if they are the highest one, you are getting quite a deal for that. Although we did have negotiations with them this year too.
I was just asking a simple question. Sorry, Ryan.
Now I am going to be curious about that. We'll find that one for you. Maybe we did that on purpose. No. Did we have any questions on wages and salaries while we're uncomfortable right now? No.
I'll just note that through a lot of staff and bargaining unit work, we don't have any contracts up for renewal at the end of this year. So we were able to budget everyone's wage increase correctly this year without having to wait for contracts to be settled.
Mm-hmm.
Some are opening, at the end of next year. But this year is our first year in a while without any contracts that are open at this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that was a lot of hard work on both sides. So it was tough, and a lot of information was shared during those times, and it was something that I think we should be incredibly proud of too. Related are payroll taxes and fringes, and I do want to take a moment here to explain that this includes some of your FICA, but it also includes benefits such as health insurance, long-term, short-term disabilities, whatever has been negotiated within a contract. Pension is broken out into the next line item, but we do, one thing that we do offer is a very good health insurance. And that is something that is an important bargaining tool, but it's also an important benefit that if we cannot be offering wages and salaries that are competitive with the private sector, at least we do have something that is very competitive, and that are our benefits. And we've had our Director of Administrative Services who has since resigned, but she had worked incredibly hard on trying to find something that is fiscally responsible for the city, but also is a very big benefit for our employees, that keeps people here, and also will allow us to make amendments in the future without significantly impacting some of those benefits. So there's some long-term setup there that we have worked on. Next is our pension contributions. These are contractually obligated as well. These are based off of actuarial evaluations, and also some of those defined contribution pensions as well. So this includes defined benefit, defined contribution for our general fund employees. And that is at 3.6 million. And that is just slightly increased, surprisingly, only slightly increased from prior year. So it's increased about $32,000. And I just want to note that police, fire, public works, and some of our general employees all have defined benefit pension plans. And then there are department heads that have defined contribution, and other non-union employees that would as well. Next category is supplies and services, 4.8 million. That is increased from prior years. That has to do with some of our consultants that we are looking at, some of our specific department expenditures that we can certainly go through, and covers some of our other things that we do have. I'm going to look to you and see if we wanted to kind of go through any of those. If you had any questions during your review on that, I just want to take a pause for a moment there to see if you had any questions on that, or
Commissioners, any
wanted us to go through some of that.
questions? I think you can move along.
All right. Next is capital outlay. Here's where it gets significant. In prior years, we did have 1.7 million or 1.8 million of capital outlay expenditures. We are looking at 107,000. Yeah. Page. We are just still within the general fund. So these are all the departments combined together into these categories. If we want to go department by department, we can certainly do that, or touch on some departments we can. And Mary, this is where I'm going to look to you again to explain that difference, because that could be some of the construction funds that we had talked about,
Exactly.
or related to certain grants.
Yeah, that's exactly it. A lot of them dropped down because of the biggest drop, of course, is that we moved a lot of those out into the construction fund. Last year, when we had the $1 million in capital outlay, that was primarily the Kids Cove construction. So this year, we just don't have a lot of capital outlay opportunities. But I will mention that, when we look at the long-term forecasts that we were looking for in the past, and that we were in the future, and you'll be seeing in a later slide, this is within that kind of $100,000 range that we're trying to keep within the general fund for our long-term planning. So,
Thank you. And we will touch on capital outlay here very soon. So, any questions on expenditures at this moment? Okay. We already kind of let the cat out of the bag on this one. We are presenting a balanced budget. However, there are a couple of things that are not necessarily included in there that could impact it at a later date. Some of those emergency repairs, if they do come up, could potentially have that. There is generally some support to local street construction that is needed. And that does come from the general fund, because our road funding is very limited in what we can accomplish, and that can be a very long conversation if we wanted, and we can get to that later, but that could impact that. And then anything that has some significant vehicle or equipment purchases could impact us, but we are at this point not necessarily looking to do any of that unless it is an emergency. So this is a very different story than where we were a few years ago. If we all remember that, and perhaps maybe that's why our eye is twitching here now. I want to take this moment to recognize the hard work and the tough decisions that had to be made in the prior years. And again, this was something that we did not take lightly when we presented a budget three years ago, even 2 years ago, and even last year. We do recognize the increase in expenditures that continue to be seen, and the slow growth in revenue, but also the fact that our taxpayers are a contributing factor to that, and that does place a burden on them. We do take it incredibly seriously, and we also look at many things on what we can be postponing, setting aside, finding alternative revenue sources, and our department heads have put in hours of work trying to identify those opportunities, and what you see here is a very lean budget. If we do make any cuts or any changes on that, you will be seeing an impact to services. And that was one question that we asked pretty early on in the budget situation that we were in 3 years ago, was we could make cuts, but you will see a significant decrease in service level. So that's where we are here. We're still offering stellar services, and we are now at a balanced budget.
Okay, me first. It looks like we are not transferring anything out of the fund balance this year.
Correct.
That is the
Yes.
first time in several years that I've seen that, so thank you very much. That must have been some hard work.
That was hard work, and those came at tough decisions that you, as the commission, had to make. And so that is something I hope you are all proud of. Our department heads are certainly proud of that. I'm incredibly proud of all the work that has been put into this. So yes, we are not utilizing fund balance this year.
Okay.
And we can get into discussions about fund balance. We typically haven't, but our ratio and our fund balance level is at a good amount and a good, I would say, comfortable amount. It is, we'll get to that right here. What we're looking at for 25 is we would be ending, it looks like, at about 8 million. And the beginning and ending fund balance might be a little bit off just because of the way that's, how the report has pulled it into it. But we are very much looking at this at a good position. What we utilize fund balance for are, we having a healthy fund balance allows us to make slow changes or changes that have perhaps maybe delayed effects in the future instead of having to make knee-jerk reactions, cutting services immediately and hoping to see results the next day or the next year. This allows us to plan long-term, keep an eye on it, and see where we can land in a 5-year projection, perhaps. And it also allows us to pay for anything that's an emergency or some of those larger projects that we would have. So while 8 million sounds significant, this is something that we need to have ready just in case we do have something that goes wrong or we need to make some changes in the future. Sean.
Something I want, sorry.
Oh, well, Commissioner Larson had a question, but if you wanted to follow up with.
Just something I wanted to highlight real quick, kind of the inverse of what we talk about not cutting services and maintaining a lean budget is what we've done in those years and what the work is exactly. And there's 2 numbers that highlight that for me. Our total debt issuance for bonding from 2013 to 2022, not including the TELP project, was $65,832,000, and that's about $66 million worth of investment in the city that the city, really had to sacrifice to put in. And in those years, we're now down to $38.3 million. So us being lean in this organization, us not making, large investments over the past just couple years and not making big increases means that we are paying down debt so that we have a more stable future and that we're able to make future investments. And I think that's really important to highlight. It's not just that, we maintained an organization and we were lean and we didn't, do big increases. It's that we've really had that focus on paying down debt and making that right side up. And that's been a huge accomplishment under Karen and Mary's leadership. So.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner Larson.
So, my question has been a little bit answered here, but I was just wondering, just so you could speak a little bit more towards kind of how you prioritize what's, balancing services and, operations, once you get through all of your obligations of payments, how have you and your staff kind of move that to make sure that you can maintain services?
So in prior years when we've discussed prioritization and perhaps maybe decision making, we did have a list of the things that we perhaps are putting off or postponing or foregoing. And some of those, I don't have it handy, but I do recall some of those, we delayed purchase of a brand new fire truck. We purchased used vehicles or used fire trucks, which has been a huge success. And my personal favorite is the Jenna Smith fire truck, the yellow one. But we've done things like that. We have postponed some things that perhaps have, I would say set us back, but have maybe slowed the growth that we could have experienced. I think some of those things are sustainable tourism plans that we were looking at having. We've applied for some grants that have come with additional funding and additional cost as well. But those are the things that kind of stuck out to us. We looked when we look at what we are contractually obligated to pay, it's significant. And I don't have that total handy. Mary, I don't know if you have it on the top of your head, because I can only imagine that's where nightmares are coming from.
Obligations and
The ones we've showed out. So those obligations are probably debt payments, pension contributions, some of those salaries and fringes that we are contractually obligated to pay, and then some of those other grants that we perhaps already obligated. But prioritizing those needs came at those conversations with the commission and looking and saying, what would we like to sacrifice? And some of those things that cost us money that perhaps aren't bringing in revenue are the things that we really enjoy that are important to our community. Those are our parks, that's our lakefront, those are our street plowing and streets, police, fire, things like that, that would have had been otherwise looked at. We did talk about other contributions, the promotional funds, the library, arts and culture that we had discussed early on, and those are very important and do bring in value in a different way other than tax revenue. And we have made cuts on promotional funds, which we'll get to. Actually, that's a good segue when we're ready.
And I think, again, I have to give a kudos to our bargaining units who have really worked with us for the past couple of years to control costs of those contracts. I think everybody has felt the effects of, post-COVID inflation, the increased price of just living here and existing, and how everyone needs more to survive, but also our employees recognizing that they're part of this organization and working with us to have fair, contracts that are manageable within this budget outlook. So that's one, thing that I think just can't be forgotten.
Can't be said enough either. Is really receiving that. They've taken an interest in the budget. They have asked questions. Sean and I think I get probably at least once a month an email from an employee with ideas for revenue or expenditures. I mean, they're just always thinking about this. So you can't say that enough. I'll touch on promotional funds here since the question was brought up by Commissioner Larson. Promotional funds, we can find information on this on page 58 if you wanted to just flip to that real quick. Promotional funds are utilized are requested from organizations early on in the year, and they come in the way of fee relief and or a direct contribution. City government, local government is limited in what they can be spending and contributing to. There are some interesting ones, such as some parades and fireworks that we are allowed to spend directly on, but promotional funds are limited to that fee relief, and in some instances, direct contribution. Here's where we've made some changes. In fiscal year 22, the total budget for promotional funds was $82,000. $82,000. Now, these go to some really great things that are important to our community. These are parades, these are festivals, these are certain events that our community comes together for and we do enjoy, and it makes our city what it is. And we recognize that these are put on by very hardworking and limited nonprofit organizations. So when we look at this, these are things like Food Fest, the Kiwanis Club, Art on the Rocks, Blues Fest, UP200, Order Shore, things like that. And we had since went back and challenged or had worked with our organizations to say, are there other ways you can be increasing some of your revenue other than coming directly from the city? So some of these have ticket sales or other sales that could be increased minimally. That would have maybe less of an impact on the organization than cutting all promotional funds. So where we are here and today in fiscal year 25 is looking more at, and I'm going to break this out in fee relief of $24,400 and an additional fee relief of $12,390. So we're looking closer at about $37,000 in fee relief and $24,000 in direct contribution. Direct contribution is the city band for $9,000 and beautification committee at $15,000. So we have really whittled that down significantly. And it has obviously come at a cost, but our organizations have responded very well on that. Any other questions on that before I kind of maybe go into the long-term outlook? Okay. So what we have here, and I can provide this for all of you after as well, or at lunch, and you can maybe take a little bit closer look at it and provide some more detail if you're interested. But this is something that we've been following for quite some time here, our long-term outlook. This looks vastly different than where we were a few years ago when it was negatives for quite some time into the future. And what we're looking at here is, if all things hold true, and that is conservatively estimating revenue increases, conservatively estimating expenditure increases, and no other grants changes in the economy or anything like that, and restricting our capital outlay here, which is getting tough to do, and we'll get to that shortly. But if all else holds true, we're looking at a long-term outlook of in the clear fiscal year 28, and using minimal fund balance in fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. So while we've had various ideas for increasing revenue or cutting costs, and those were, I would say, quite drastic. Those are talking about those ideas that we've tossed out before with income tax, debt millages, other, certain things that would put a burden onto our taxpayers. Here, we've been kind of hold steady. Let's see how we're looking in the future. And we are looking fairly good here. And the significant contributions here to this positive outlook comes from paying down those debt obligations. And I do have some more information that we can get to here next, but I just kind of want to pause here for a moment just to take a peek at that, if anybody has questions specifically.
Yes. Commissioner Smith?
This looks amazing. Thank you for putting it together in such an easy way to understand, and for having the foresight and taking the time to do the planning, because I think it just helps us avoid some issues that we've had in the past with not realizing kind of what the detriments were. But my question is, you said fiscal year 28 is, all things staying the same, so things can change, but approximately 28, 29, maybe 27, if we have a couple of really great years, somewhere in there we might be in the clear. At what point can we as a board look at possibly reducing that operating mill that we had increased?
Oh, that's
I get that question a lot from the public. I will not be on the commission at that time, but I'm just saying it out loud before I depart in about 5 meetings, that is something that this board really needs to take seriously.
Absolutely. And that's a question I'm going to take a moment here. We look at tax revenue every year. That is one thing that when we get to a point where there is increasing into our fund balance beyond where we I would say should be according to our policy, which I'll get to in a moment, that is something we consider every year. Now, our fiscal year and our tax year are a little bit different, so that delay happens. Perhaps if we were on the same cycle for that, it could be easier to do, but we are on a different cycle. So fund balance policy has a floor and it has a ceiling. So, and there are certain things that the commission would be responsible for doing if we dipped too far below our threshold for our policy. And there's things that the commission would need to be considering and doing if we reached the maximum of where we should be, perhaps with our fund balance policy. And Mary, I don't know, are you prepared to speak on the fund balance policy at all?
Pretty much, yeah.
If you could touch on that, that would be great. If you can just remind us and remind the commission on the fund balance policy for that floor and that ceiling.
Yep, so you can see the benchmarks are also on that spreadsheet. So if we were to dip below 60 days fund balance, which is below $4 million, that would be Karen and my responsibility to step in, and then we dictate where the cuts would go to be able to start contributing back to rebuilding that fund balance. The 90-day benchmark is kind of the middle ground between those policy, which is about $6 million. So we're above that. We're operating comfortably. We've got a good cushion should anything catastrophic happen that we could dip into that fund balance and cover those expenditures without violating the policy. Once you get above 180 days, which we probably won't have to talk about for a while, but it is something to talk about, that's where we can really get into some fun capital outlay projects. That's where we are required to spend it down and to start doing some work with it, because we don't want to be holding on to taxpayer funds just for the fund balance policy. You want to be show your residents that you're using it for your services. So we're kind of in a sweet spot. We're between 90 and 120 and 180 days. Again, as I think about long-term planning and when we can bring down the millage rate, or when we can start using more of the general fund fund balance for other capital outlay projects, we really got to look at, it's fine to spend it down, but when can we start adding back to it? So that will be a discussion that will probably be coming up as we get into projects in the future and opportunities in the future. So when you see budget amendments coming up saying, we need a budget amendment to spend fund balance, it might not necessarily be a bad thing, because you are starting to see that in time there will be contributions back to it.
And there was a point in time that we were looking at dipping below that 60-day. Sorry, go ahead.
I just kind of want to touch more on, I think, what I heard from you, Commissioner Smith, and that's, when would we look at reducing our operating millage? And I just want to talk about, I think this may not be the most popular thing to say, but there are very few communities that are operating below their constitutionally allowed operating max levy. We have the Headley Amendment that reduces that amount each year based on what the state's calculation says we should be collecting. Most communities are levying their max. And when we look at our budget and the amount of spending we've done in capital improvement and the amount of investment we've done on bonding and the long-term stability of it, it really leads me to the conclusion that we should have been levying just our max constitutional levy for a very long time. That is the best practice. That's being fiscally responsible. I think there was, some strategies in the past of, okay, we'll levy below, but when we need a project, we'll jump it up for a year, and then we'll jump it back down, and then that wasn't filling the gap well enough, so we kept the operating millage down and started bonding, right? So we started doing it on debt, instead of just saying, listen, this is what it takes to run a city. This is what it takes to fund a government, especially a government that has unique challenges of being, at 50% non-taxable, which is kind of like the burden we bear for being, what I consider basically the capital of the UP. We have, centers of government here. We have a major university. We have a lot of expectations of being Marquette, and a lot of costs that, we have to bear because of that. When we talk about what we're allowed to collect for revenue in this state, we only have property taxes. And through that, we only have a certain amount of operating mills we can levy under the state constitution. So when we talk about decreasing it in the future, I'd say the best practice is to levy your max constitutional allowed, which we weren't that far off of when we increased it the other year. And then we have to rely on the state to reduce it over through Headley and through Prop A limit the amount that's increased every year.
Something to add, Your Honor, if it would be okay. Your Honor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I totally agree with you, Sean. I think I would like to actually keep it, but I feel like when we raised it, we told the public it was for a short term. So if we were to come back, I think we need a solid argument to the public that we're going to continue it, and these are the reasons why. And if we were, I personally would like to see that dovetail with like stormwater sewer rates maybe decreasing or some other things to help the average taxpayer, average homeowner. Just kind of have that communication rather than just, it's part of the budget, we just keep approving it and not have it be a conversation. Because a couple years ago, the conversation was, we just need this right now, we don't have enough money. So that's the part that bothers me, is that we we said we'd reassess it, and if we have new reasons for wanting to keep it, I'm on board. I mean, personally, I appreciate what we do with our tax dollars. I think there's an incredible return on investment for those, and I think many people agree. I just think it needs to be addressed instead of just keeping going on.
Absolutely, and that's kind of like the flip side of, that's what Karen and Mary were saying. We're evaluating each year. We're looking at our long-term obligations. We're looking at our fund balance. We're looking at our budget levels. We're doing that evaluation every year. I was just trying to speak to, when we talk about how we got to where we're at and what we need to be doing for stable financial futures and what tax sources are available in the state. The flip side of that conversation is, we're only given an incredibly limited amount of tools to raise revenue, to fund, a municipal government. And what I see as best practice is what we're doing.
Yep, agreed. Thank you.
And it unfortunately does come at the fact that we are 50% non-taxable on that one. Other strategies for revenue we had talked about in the past, and I do just want to mention when we did talk about an income tax, and let's pause for a moment here before everyone comes at me on this one. An income tax, though, allows us to tap into some of those organizations or those that are utilizing our service on a daily basis that are working here, that perhaps maybe working for one of the entities that are non-taxable or are not living in the city and don't contribute in other ways through property taxes. That was one that was discussed and just briefly explored. If we were to go down that avenue, obviously there's a lot to consider, but that is where we would have to lower property taxes and lower that cap to lessen that burden, because other people would be paying income tax and property tax, and that's just not sustainable at the rates that we are at right now. We recognize that that's one thing that is probably a misconception when we have been talking about income taxes, but there are a lot of consultants and a lot of state departments that even say, hey, you have an income tax, right? Because when I go down and advocate and the fact that we have 50% non-taxable, and they're like, well, but you have an income tax, right? No. And people are very floored that we don't have an income tax. The hubs, usually the cities that do have your court systems and your county seats here within the city generally have income taxes. And so there are a list of cities that do have that. I could certainly touch on that, but it's something that is surprising for some of those consultants that have been around in the government world for a while. But again, I want to mention that would require us to bring down our cap for our property taxes, and we have mentioned that would need to be a voter-approved thing as well. Other strategies that we've discussed are specific special millages that would also require us to lower our operating max, our millage, because it would have to go to the statutory requirement limit of, I think, 20 mills. So if we talked about specifically levying a mill for perhaps roads, we would need to lower our operating millage as well. So while it wouldn't have an impact on the tax bill, it would be something that the voters would have to say, this is what we would like to pay our property taxes for, are these specific projects or this specific purpose. And that could also include a special assessment for police and fire as well. But again, lowering that operating millage would have to happen. So those are things that we've kind of bounced around and talked about in the past. It's still very much on a short list, but would take a great amount of time and effort. And so when we look at long-term here and looking at the fund balance we do have built up, if we were to make a change, we would need to be utilizing fund balance at that time, because we would like to slow that drastic change, and there would be a period of time where perhaps property taxes are lower than what we see, and income tax has not been collected yet. So there would be kind of a delay there. So it's important to have that, and any other changes we do make, it's important that we have kind of that buffer so it's not a direct, significant, drastic impact on taxpayers or our residents. Any other questions on that? Yes.
I'm assuming because you've been operating on kind of this conservative, budgeting aspect, that this is a conservative look or at, the future. Mm-hmm. And, is there any future in which this is, it's more optimistic? Does that make sense? So I mean, I feel like
optimistic today.
I feel like this is very, no, I feel like this is very, I feel like
Yeah.
this is very optimistic.
Yes.
I guess I'm thinking timeline. Is there any future where it's a shorter timeline?
So, what has been surprising, and I will say that Mary does update this throughout the year and looks at the long-term outlook throughout the year, especially during, quarterly budget reviews. And it does seem to improve But it does take, I would say, one catastrophic failure somewhere, or one storm, or our fire truck breaking down, that could drastically change that outlook.
And I didn't want to say that this is optimistic. This is great. This is
No, I know what you mean.
this is good.
Wouldn't you get to start
know,
having some fun here?
looking at just conservative versus optimistic. Like this would be great, but is there the chance that this doesn't come to fruition or comes sooner or later? So that's my question.
One of the things I noticed over the last couple of years that we didn't expect in some of the prior projections, again, I use an assumption of like 1.5% for revenues. The last 2 years, the taxable value for inflation went up 5%. We did not expect that, and we did not budget that. So that did help those revenue numbers over the last couple of years.
That makes sense.
So that's something that could be positive, that could come in the future too. But
And year after year, we do consider capital outlay and what is needed, what's, dire, what could be postponed. And then also, we are keeping an eye on when we can start bonding again, which isn't a bad practice when we look at investment into capital improvements. So this could change. And if you are interested, I can certainly bring back the fiscal year 24 and even fiscal year 23 long-term outlook to see how much that has changed. And how fluid that can be. I can certainly do that for context as well, which I think we've done in previous years. Wonderful, thank you. We'll always reference this throughout the year because we do talk about some of these things that we can celebrate, like paying off some of those bonds. So keep it handy when you do have it. All right. Moving on to debt service funds. Sean had touched on some conversations about debt service. We'll dive a little bit deeper, maybe perhaps here, and touch on a few things. But essentially, we do have 13 debt service funds. This is where you are accounting for the principal and interest expenditures for those governmental funds. This is where you're tracking some of that. And it's I would say a technicality to have all of these.
91.
That would be page 91 through 104. Those numbers aren't as exciting as some of the stories that we're about to tell here, but certainly for reference, I would say flip to those pages.
I don't have a 91. I ran out of paper. It's a personal problem. I only have up to 74.
Would you? We have one. We have those.
Just laughing at myself.
and
Sorry.
Kudos to you for printing that off on your own paper as well. All right. So, huh? In color. It's beautiful. All right. Everybody good? So just to run through some of these, we've talked about, there is one that seems to be an older loan, but that has to do with some of the type of loan that we have in here, and that was the 2006. But other than that, it goes from like 2013 up to 2022. So you will see that we had bonded every year, and the strategy behind that was typically bonding for the amount that was paid down in the prior year, and that is not a horrible strategy either. That does come with some complications. That does take some requirement to look outward, and especially some of the projects that perhaps may be larger than what we had retired. And that's where I think we found ourselves in the 2021-2022 timeframe, when we ended up having some of those larger bonding issues that are associated with the Lakeshore Boulevard project, perhaps maybe even the piers and some other things that were needed, such as the Lakeshore Boulevard project, that were certainly needed and went above what the amount that we had previously retired in that year. Here's just a nice reference table that we like to pay attention to, where you start seeing the significant bond repayment or bond payments here. And it breaks it down by what year, and when we say releases, certain number of dollars there, that means we've paid off that bond, and that essentially, quote unquote, frees up some of that funding. So this is where you start seeing, if we reference back to the long-term outlook, where you start seeing some of that extra, perhaps, revenue over expenditures, or more of a positive outlook. So noting some of the more significant amounts in fiscal year 24 to 25, you're freeing up about 350,000. And then and that's year after year. So that's not just that 1 year where we start seeing 350,000. When you get then into fiscal year 27 and you're freeing up about 500,000 more, that's in addition to, that's cumulative from the previous debt issuances that were paid off as well. And it just continues to go on down the line until you're at fiscal year 38, which is so odd to say, where you're no longer paying $2.7 million of that debt, those debt payments. So this is incredibly helpful for us when we look at when perhaps maybe we can start bonding again, when we can afford to bond if we were to, and when we'll start seeing some decrease in those expenditures. Just going to kind of pause there for a moment to see if there's some other direction we want to go in some of these questions.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. When would you, based on this, when would you think that we could possibly bond again? Like, I'm not asking when it is, you see this and you think what?
So when we start talking about capital outlay, you'll see that there's a long list of priority projects that are out there. And each year we do consider what our top priorities, what are absolutely necessary, and what are perhaps maybe things we can do other things with, or it would be maybe then nice to have instead of need to have. But we are coming close to a point where we will be needing to do some more significant work. When we might need to bond, I hate to put Mary on the spot on there. Mary, did you have a year in mind that you would not, that you would feel comfortable saying?
I did. I have posed this question, and of course, for this fiscal year, it's not an option. We're still way too close to that capacity. So that's where the game is going to come into play, is like, when do you want to charge up your credit cards again? So even though we have the ability to borrow, it's, do we want to borrow? So we're going to, this year is probably the first year that the Capital Improvement Committee has met. So we're starting to really reevaluate all of those projects that are out there and starting to formulate a plan. I would probably say maybe in the next 2-3 years, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bond proposal come towards you. But honestly, my goal is that we try and build up our reserves so that we're not bonding, because it's expensive to bond. It's expensive to borrow on your credit card. So we'll be careful whenever we bring that to your attention. So,
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlegel?
No.
Oh, you're just waving. All right. You still just waving?
Yep.
Sean had touched on the impact that bonding has had, the things that we were able to accomplish, and I think it will be important at a later date to share that with you, so you can be proud of the amount of work that you've done. One thing that we'll also touch on here shortly is just the condition of our roads. And you could see where the condition of our roads are with the PASER ratings and compared to when we had been bonding. And there is a cycle. So you'll see where you are maintaining and reconstructing and things are getting better and your bonds are going up, and then you start pausing, you're gonna start seeing that ratio change a little bit. But I will be sharing the list of all of the improvements that we had. They're about, in a very summarized fashion, they're close to 3 pages. So you're talking about capital improvement bonds, you're talking about roads, you're talking about some, building authority bonds with the lighthouse. There's a lot to be proud there. So, all right, I will move on if we have no more questions about debt. All right, internal service funds. If you want to flip to page 125 for reference, we will touch on internal service funds. There are 4 internal service revenue funds. All right, so our 4 internal service funds are our technology services, motor vehicle equipment, municipal service center, and our energy enhancements. These types of funds are different. They serve internal customers such as us here within the city, and they're designed to accumulate and allocate some of those costs. So funds and departments pay into these in order to have certain maintenance on things and be able to utilize the services that we provide internally here. Some of these costs are allocations that are based on administrative and operational things and replacement needs. So they not only are looking at current costs and things we're experiencing right now, they're also looking at future replacement costs and factoring those in. So you don't have some of the spikes in the expenditures when we need to purchase, let's say, for example, a new vehicle or a new computer or a new software or something that all departments are using. It is one that kind of just gets allocated out and smoothed out for budgeting purposes. They are intended to be self-supporting, so they charge revenue to our funds in order to cover the costs that they experience as a result of our funds and departments using them. Not real exciting. However, there's a lot of things that we can be doing, that we do in these. So technology is one that I'm incredibly happy with because they are looking at risks. They are looking at making sure our equipment is maintained. Everything is really tied to tech and information and technology. So when we're looking at some of these subscriptions and software things, it's really important that we have a very solid and robust technology and services department. So motor vehicle, this is where we're talking about our vehicles, something that we've changed recently that we're still trying to see what the financial impact is the lease vehicle program that we've started with. So looking at some of our light duty vehicles and going into leasing those with enterprise fleet, and that has helped us with some of our aging vehicles, which can be more expensive. Other things that are in motor vehicle equipment include our fire trucks as well, and that's where we have in the past sacrificed contributions into the motor pool fund and have spent down some of those reserves in order to balance some of our funds. And now we're having to see that we're building that back up and needing to afford something like $1 million fire truck, essentially. So it's a little bit more challenging when we look at some of those larger costs for equipment. Municipal Service Center, it has to do with the service center and the newly constructed service center, essentially, and the costs that go into that we utilize and receive services for. And then energy enhancements has to do with the JCI project. This is really kind of this is tracking the depreciation of those assets or those improvements and putting it up against the TELP lease payment. So this is essentially just tracking those costs that are allocated out to the various departments. Any questions on internal service funds? Does it look like it? Great. Wonderful. We are rocking and rolling here. We're into capital outlay. So, capital outlay. I don't necessarily have a page number on this one because there's not a lot to share. Unfortunately, we have very limited funding in fiscal year 25. Very limited funding. What we have looked into is what can we be doing for capital outlay, and we're looking at what we're kind of dubbing as and titling as the SIMP Light. So. Really looking at our street improvement maintenance program light. And so in previous years, we have, with SIMP, we have put in some of the identified roads, whether we do a complete, an overlay or, some significant patching. What we're looking at here is doing some preserving and doing the crack sealing and patching. We can accomplish about 10 miles of that. There's no specific streets identified at this point, but with the funding we're looking at, which is about 100, I believe 150,000-ish. 300, thank you, yep. 300, sorry. This is what we're gonna be able to get. Now, crack sealing is one of the most cost-effective ways on trying to preserve the condition of a road. What we are trying to do is preserve the breakdown of a road or the condition of that road so that it is not more costly when we do go forward with reconstruction. It can kind of delay that a little bit longer and prolong that. We do keep an eye on where we have some infrastructure underneath and we don't want to put in significant repairs or maintenance on something that perhaps in a year or two we will be needing to dig up and replacing infrastructure underneath. But here's where we are with the SIMPLIGHT. There's other things that we're looking at doing as well, which are those sidewalk improvements, which are really important. And that's identifying some of those trip hazards, some of the ADA compliance areas that we have been continuously working on. I don't have a list of where these are just yet. I don't know if we necessarily have some of those things identified at this moment until we get closer to it. But one of the more significant repairs that we're looking at is a joint project with the DDA, and that is replacing and repairing some failing underground coal bunkers that are located within the DDA district. So this is the underneath the sidewalk. There were some, I don't say hidden coal bunkers, but some previously.
Could you
We
tell us
used
what a
to
coal
heat-
bunker is?
We used to heat our buildings with coal furnaces, and there used to be bunkers where trucks would dump coal into, and then you could add it to your building. So we have a pretty old downtown, and many of those buildings used to be heated with coal, and the rooms for those still exist in some of the facilities.
Are those located on city property, or are they
Yeah.
private?
Under the sidewalk.
Yep.
I've been in some of them that are under personal
Correct.
property.
Correct.
but-
Yeah, we cracked into the Lanyap woman's bathroom the other year because that used to be a coal bunker.
That was not necessarily identified on some of our records.
Yeah.
So these do come as a surprise in some ways. And that was when we were redoing Washington Street.
Mayor? Good.
Go ahead.
So, I've been kind of hemming and hawing on whether or not this is just the time to ask this question, but when we're talking about the long-range forecast and things along, those things are, in my opinion, looking really positive, right? We've come a long way. When it comes to the infrastructure that we've been kicking down the road each year here, unfortunately, those numbers that are continually stacking up, are those included in the long-range forecast as far as, our condition, or are all of these monies that we haven't been able to spend or just going to sit there in this giant fund or giant ball of pay me?
Just looming out there, right?
Yeah.
I think it's important to note that it is not reasonable to say that we put no money into infrastructure or improvements or capital improvements.
But we're putting in a fraction of what we really need to, right? Each year for the last few years.
So the one thing that I think is important to note as well is the past few years, we have been doing things that are either preserving an asset or an infrastructure, doing maintenance that does continue or prolong the life of that infrastructure or that asset. We have been identifying some of those very critical needs and putting money into that. A lot of those are looking more at roads, sewer, water, stormwater that are from a different funding source, although they do have some general fund component of it as well. And we are still able to do that. Those are incorporated into things like the rate structure and with water and sewer and utilities. Our roads are a little bit different. We have some that we're identifying in the future that have grant obligations that we have been applying for or have been awarded and will need to pay. So while in the long-term outlook that we've noticed out there, that is with limited contribution from the general fund into capital outlay. Where we are looking here, and it's noted here in the last point, is our goal is to build up capital reserves for future infrastructure projects. That can include a contribution from the general fund, but a lot of that has to do with our road funding and building up those reserves and our other utility funds as well. So general fund wise, for the past few years, we've had to subsidize some of that from the general fund. We're trying to get to a point where we have limited subsidy from the general fund and are looking more at utilizing and planning longer term in those other funds.
Gotcha, thank you.
And that's where bonding would also come into play too. Bonding is a general obligation, so that does impact the general fund in some ways. because it is tied to, it would be a priority payment within our taxes if we were to ever default from those other funding sources, such as our roads or our utility, well, utility is a little bit different, but our road funds.
But that bonding, what that was done, is kind of why we're sitting where we're sitting now. So,
It's a balance we all have to play. I mean, we all would like to, completely overhaul our system and make everything, grade A, but that's $53 million worth of projects, which is almost the amount of debt that we took out over 10 years, We continuously look for other funding sources to help supplement what we're trying to invest in this. I mean, I think a good example of this is College Avenue's reconstruction. We put that off from bonding. We're able to use the funds that we bonded for those for other projects with the anticipation that that development would get redeveloped, the taxable value would increase, and we could use that increase to fund that project, which is what our plans are with the old hospital project. It's a $2 million road improvement. We are identifying a fund source for that in the future so that we can do that without having to add it to that list of stuff we might need to bond for. Trying to be creative with funding sources, trying to be creative with ways to improve the city without damaging our general fund.
Very good way to do that.
good.
And when we talked about, the bonds or the projects that we have put out there, those were a lot that needed to be done or had either been postponed for so long or lack of attention or maintenance and needed to be done. If we did those in current dollars, we would be talking about a significant more amount of money by now. So that is in the back of our mind, that is very much considered when we look at postponing, is it only gets more expensive as the years go on. Something that was referenced here and that Sean had just referenced were the amount of projects that were out there. I did put a little snapshot here of when we look at ranking and priorities of our capital projects. Here's a quick list of what we had, and we go through this exercise every year, what we have looked at and saying our top 11 ranking priority projects and where those funding sources are. That's $7.8 million worth of projects. That has to come from a funding source somewhere. Most of it is, like I said, utilities or street funding that we're just waiting to kind of get a little bit more of a balance there. I can provide details. This is more for just a visual at this point, so you don't have to squint while you're reading this.
Yes, because that's so hard to read, are you going to provide that for us?
Yes, I will certainly provide that for you. These are the top 11. There are probably closer to, there's another 115 other lower priority projects that are not, and I'm going to make this clear, that are not just wish lists. I would love to have, a helicopter or something like that. No, that's not necessarily on there. The other projects that are listed on there that are coming from our departments are very much important, and that were identified as reasonable or projects that could be accomplished if we had all the money in the world. But we're not necessarily the fluffy stuff that is maybe just a nicer want, like I don't even want to say it. No, not going to say it. not the things that we've talked about before. So, but those total $53 to almost $54 million in addition to this 7.8. So when we look at the things that we need or want, that's a lot. There's not enough money. That almost totals what we have issued in debt over the past 10 years. So that's significant. And I probably wouldn't necessarily provide all of those details at a later date, but if you're certainly interested where a certain project is lying in a priority, some of these things that I think about are, a walking path within, I think, Wilson Street area. That when we look at what we're prioritizing for our entire community, that is one that falls lower onto the list. Based off of all the other needs that we do see. So if you are looking for a particular project that we've mentioned before, I would certainly be able to find where we've looked at that.
Commissioner Smith?
I have a question about this listing, the Lincoln tank pump upgrades and relocating. That would fall under the water fund balance, like the specific water fund balance, right? So some of these have ties back to other funds that wouldn't just come out of the general fund.
Correct.
Okay.
No, you are absolutely right. And those did rank higher. There are some other things that are in the works that would have identified funding for a future year, but maybe not necessarily this year. But we've identified it as a priority in the list. When you look at other things like the, let's say, I would probably Oak Street, let's say, which has road and utility reconstruction. Those do have other funding sources, such as the streets and utility funds. Now, perhaps the utility funds have those budgeted within our rate structure. However, our street funds, which are very limited in the funding that we do receive, let's just say it, that the funding that comes from Act 51 is not sufficient for, I don't think, any community in order to operate, maintain, and continue to reconstruct. That is limited, so that does end up coming from a general fund contribution or bonding. And that's where you see it's listed here as a priority, but it's going to be postponed until we can build up those reserves, which we're working on. And that's one major goal of a very, very light capital outlay this year. Previous years, we were able to do a little bit more with SIMP because we've had bond proceeds left over or remaining. We no longer have that anymore.
And I guess my point of bringing that up is on page 5, on the water fund balance, it shows we have 15 million.
So fund balance for water and sewer and our utility funds is a little bit different than fund balance in the general fund. Because of the accounting practice and the fact that they're enterprise fund, they are a little bit different. So when you see fund balance, that is actually more of a net position, which includes some consideration for the asset. So we'll dive into a little bit more on that.
Okay. I guess
But that's a really good question.
Yeah, because I guess this is really scary, and as it should be, these are real numbers, but we have accounted for some of this.
Yes.
And I'd be more curious to see how much money we haven't accounted for. I don't need that now, but,
Okay.
of this 7 plus 53 million, we have carve-outs already for a lot of these projects, and I'm just curious what we're actually on the hook for out of general fund that we're gonna have to find a way to fund in the next several years.
I would say look at your street and sidewalks on this.
It's a
on
lot
this
less
map.
than this, or at least partially less than.
Correct, yes.
So it is scary, but I don't think it's as scary as what this shows necessarily. Well,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
because of the work you all have done in carving out these special, water rate increases, and we all have done that have been painful, but like we have done good planning, and
Oh my gosh,
I would like
yeah.
it to look less scary.
No, you are correct. It is less scary than what the 53 million is
Yeah.
citywide, fund-wide, many different funds
Yep.
all together. And we can break out, I don't have it handy necessarily what that is for the general fund, but when we look at what impact that is, that would be looking at the general fund, street fund, and sidewalks. And motor pool is probably a good one to look at. Most of
I'm
that
being
does
hackled
come
by
from
the
that.
commission. I guess I'm going to rephrase it to, how can we, I'm trying to think of a way to positively,
How can you highlight
how do
much
we
you plan?
demonstrate with the good work we've done and how we can achieve what we need to do rather than looking at this big thing that it looks difficult.
Yeah. No,
That's all. That's all.
I like that,
Thank you.
frame of question.
I was
Perhaps-
prodded over here. Half glass empty is what I was called. so.
No, actually, I think it was.
Well, you are,
Well,
apparently.
I
I'm
think it's
not.
the actual. I think you, Jenna, or Commissioner Smith. I think you have asked it in the way of we have done long-term planning. We do go through this on an annual basis, and we have baked in some of these things when we talk about even motor pool.
Yep.
When we have those internal service funds and we are charging those out to the general fund, street funds, even our utility funds as well, that is taking into consideration future replacement. We had scaled back on some of that in the previous years or utilized some of those reserves in order to lessen that impact on the general fund, which, directly impacts our taxpayers as well. But in our utility funds specifically, we do have that ability to do that. So it's not such a significant jump in rates when we have to spend on the Lincoln Tank Pump Station or something like that. So you're absolutely right, and we will probably touch more on that when we get into the utility funds.
Okay.
Street funds are a little bit harder because there is such limited funding, and that does come from the general fund. But I'll say it again, we Act 51 does not provide enough for us on the local level to cover our roads.
Thank you.
I would love to see something come from the state or federal.
We advocate very much for that, and they do provide us a significant amount of grant revenue for our roads as well. But it's usually only a fraction of what we need to then contribute as well. It brings up a note when we talk about the state, and generally when we were talking about general fund, we talk about perhaps maybe other states and other funding sources. State of Michigan is very limited on what a local government can bring in for revenue. Our surrounding states have more opportunity and more options other than just property taxes on the taxpayers. That includes some of your I think, liquor licenses, some other taxes that come into play, and I don't have that table handy, but it's something I reference frequently, and I'll pull up after probably our break. But there are different opportunities, and that is something that we've talked about, we've advocated down with our state legislators, but it would take a drastic change to get some of that. So, not saying that other states by any means have a better system, just different revenue sources on the local level.
And it's back of the napkin math, so no one at this table get mad at me. But I would say you could reduce that $53 million price tag to about $30 million if you just had unlimited funds for sewer water storm. And that's more what our general fund is funding.
And I think here, maybe this is perhaps the sunny outlook that we can talk about here. We've had some significant rainfall and storms in the past month, 2 months, I would say even. You would know it when it's raining and there's some standing water or flooding happening. But we have come in most of the city. Some roads are a different story. Perhaps I'm thinking Shiras Hills and our city attorney, who tells me that when she's running. But we have come out of those storms pretty well, with minimal impact to our infrastructure, minimal damage to our infrastructure, and not all of the other communities in the UP or even in the state are as fortunate. And that is a very true sign of the continuous maintenance that we had done in the past, the continuous maintenance that we do now. There were some creative solutions last year that we talked about with slip lining and things like that in our infrastructure that has preserved our assets and prolonged that life of those assets that allow us to get out of those storms in good condition. So I think that that's really a true sign, and I say that after every storm, and it's really something that is certainly evidence of that maintenance and investment. So, any other questions on capital? Perhaps in years prior, this is where you would spend a lot more time discussing or arm wrestling over what priority project would get funded. And even in years that I've been here, we've talked about those and have selected a few projects over others due to funding. We will get to a point where we will be doing that again, which is fun. But where we are right now, we feel very confident with the strategy that we're at this year and taking a pause for a moment, building up some of those reserves and tackling some larger projects very soon. Any other questions on capital before we move on?
I think we move on. Already?
So I told you we would probably fly through that. We are done an hour earlier than what we, for this first session. We could dive into some other funds, but what we have on our schedule are component units next, which is the library, DDA, and the Brownfield Authority. And so library and DDA will be here at 12:30. So you get a little bit of an extended break at this point, unless we have other things to discuss relating to the budget.
Was that a question you had, or?
No.
Is there any?
Well, I was just going to say that I think one of the things that would be helpful at some point in time, maybe it's not for the budgeting or whatnot, but when for the planning commission, Mick and Dave, they've come before us to talk in depth about how this is how PASER ratings work. This is how we prioritize X, Y, and Z moving forward. And when we're thinking about taxes and the residents, sidewalks, streets, services, people are trying to gauge, what their dollars are coming for, and just kind of having some of those understanding of how things get rated, I think would be helpful for the commission to have a little bit of understanding on, as well, so we just have one of those other pieces to talk to, residents about. So, not to put Mick or, Dave, on there, but it's certainly, it was certainly helpful when, I was on the planning commission, when you're kind of thinking about, how those, reconstruction projects worked, and you kind of going through some of those and how you've selected those in the past. So, just helpful from, public facing piece.
I think that's a great idea.
Any other comments?
We
Well,
we can
I-
talk about grants at some point too. Perhaps maybe after the break, we can touch on some of the planning on that one and grants and things like that too.
I just want to thank the commissioners because I think we've had a nice discussion, good questions, good comments, and I'm looking at back for the last couple of years when I've sat in these budget meetings, and it just seems like there's hope. We've progressed quite a ways, so, and I appreciate the work that's been done for that. Any other comments?
Would you like to lunch now, come back a half hour early, 11:30, and then talk about grants?
We have other organizations that are popping in, so we at 12:30 we can certainly.
Came back at 12, and would you want to talk about grants or something else? Is there a reason to?
We could talk about grants, we could talk about social revenue funds, that's up to you. What would you like to
Well-
do?
Anything that,
Make a difference based on the schedule we gave the public, though?
Not necessarily, I mean, it's gonna be recorded, either way, so you could, that is up to you as the commission.
Do you want to come back at noon?
I'm
Okay.
always up for information, so I mean, if you want to.
Okay.
And before we break, is there any information you would like me to bring that we've covered that you would like as a follow-up in the afternoon session
A
specifically?
couple of your slides, I cannot read
I
from
know,
back
yeah.
here, so I would just like,
Yeah, like I have long-term outlook, debt
Yep.
service timeline, and the capital improvement list. If I could get those,
You bet.
emailed to us, that would be great.
that would be really nice to get, yes.
Wonderful.
Your Honor, I
Jenna?
have a few on my list if we're going to cover them in the afternoon, and if not, just a heads up. I was going to ask about the vehicle fleet, just how that's going or what the plans are. Lakeview Arena, water, wastewater, sewer rates, and brownfields. Those are my questions that will come up later if they're not already covered. Thank you.
Those would be covered, yep.
And I'll add the one that I've already told you about is the DDA.
Yes.
Yep. All right, so we will, you have a comment?
Oh, no, I was just going to comment. I mean, if you think this afternoon might go quickly as well, I mean, do we need to come back at 12, or I'm just throwing that out? Or
What,
can
you
we
want,
cut-
you
can
want to
we keep-
recess for the rest of the day?
No. Oh, no. I was saying if, if the afternoon is going to be potentially short as well, do we have adequate time to address, the questions and grants and things along those lines?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
all of those are on the schedule as well, so, especially the heavier stuff.
okay. So it sounds like we are taking a break, and we will reconvene at 12 noon. I don't know, do we need a motion for that?
Are we coming
For that?
Are we coming back at 12 or 12:30?
I thought,
I'll
12.
make a motion.
oh,
Would you-
okay. Commissioner Smith, would you like to make a motion?
I would. Okay, I would move that we adjourn until 12 p.m.
And do I have a second? Commissioner Schlegel?
Second that.
And would you like to comment on that? Okay. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? We have, the motion passes 5-0, and we are convened until 12 noon. City manager, it's all you.
We are back.
Reconvene, that's what I was looking for.
But if you can do my math for me. All right, while we were going to go into talking about the component units, we're going to pause because we are about a half hour early, even though I know a couple of them are here. But we will take a moment here to talk about grants, which one request that we've received recently is, a more clear and more, I guess, robust view of all of the grants that we have or have taken advantage of or received in the past probably 3 years, to see how much investment we have received outside of even just city tax dollars. It's a rather difficult one to manage and to kind of paint that picture accurately right now, just because so much funding has come through with the recent, I'd say COVID dollars, ARPA funding, things like that, that while we are awarded or receiving it, those projects haven't yet maybe either been completed or are still in process. So I think where we're gonna land probably mid-year this year is more of an accurate picture of all of those grant funds. But it's important to mention that with the grant funding that we are receiving and we are utilizing for some specific projects, special projects, a lot of the current funding or grants have been for new projects or new assets. And as we are aware, new assets come with new long-term maintenance costs. And so new things that we're looking at right now are when we are applying for grants for new assets or new infrastructure, making it a requirement to have a consideration be the cost or estimated cost for maintenance. We do work very closely with Superior Watershed Partnership, and that has been something we've really started having conversations with about, hey, there's going to be a maintenance component of this, either new infrastructure, new area, new project. What are we going to be able to do to incorporate that into the cost and the consideration? And they've been a great partner in either if they're a partner in maintaining that asset or identifying funding for that or providing some sort of other assistance for that. But I don't see, Dennis hasn't returned yet either, but there is a special project that we've been exploring that has to do with some resiliency and climate adaptation and planning dollars that talk about utilizing those for very specific needs and getting creative with it. And specifically, I'm thinking about Lakeview Arena. And there are some opportunities out there to explore grant funding for the parking lot at the YMCA and Lakeview Arena and having some unique ways of redoing that parking lot, making it better, but then also having some of those special features like having a pervious surface.
It would be an EPA grant
Thank you.
to test out pervious pavement. So we could do pervious pavement replacement in the YMCA parking lot in addition to a street or two. So have an opportunity to take advantage of EPA funding for a new technique and check some things off of our box.
So has that been applied for, or?
So that, again, is a partnership with Superior Watershed Partnership, and there's a number of other projects or tasks that would be identified with that. So I believe that there was a certain deadline to express interest on that, but we don't have any more details. But I know it's a little bit premature to maybe mention it. But when we talk about the issues that we do have, the things that are kind of dragging us down right now that we're postponing, maybe perhaps even with our capital improvement list, this is one of those opportunities that when we explore grants, we don't explore it just to spend the money or just to receive the grant. We are, quite fortunate that we do receive quite a few grants from the state or federal government, but it's something that we look for real solutions for current assets that we have that need to be addressed versus adding on to a new asset or an infrastructure component that would need new maintenance for it.
So I'm not sure I heard my answer. You're watching that grant, you're preparing to put in a proposal, you did an interest, and where does it
The
sit?
Superior Watershed Partnership is preparing an application right
Yes.
now.
Okay.
We've gone through phase one, which is an intent to apply.
Okay.
So that's one that we mentioned, and I know Dennis was, I would say, rather excited to talk about. So if he does pop in here before we get started with component units, then I would really love to give him the opportunity to maybe speak on that. Same thing with Mick, who's been heavily involved in that as well. But it's important to mention, though, with the grants, there are additional not just matching dollars, but additional funds that are required. So maybe at this point, I can just kind of see what you are interested in with information relating to grants and what kind of information we could put together for a future presentation on grant funding. So I would obviously assume for the funds received in the matching funds, but what other information would you like to see in a presentation like that?
I know we've talked about this before. I would like to see the name of the grant, the agency that has been applied for, the amount that we've requested, the amount of match, and where that match came from, and then a little brief, one-sentence description of what the project is, and then a date, maybe the date that it was awarded, because we know that sometimes you get a grant and it takes several years to complete, yeah.
Just where we're at right now.
I don't know, I'm not so sure I missed anything, but I think if we were able to put some sort of a list like that together, I think it would be a really good news story for the community.
We're talking about like across all departments, right?
Right, across all departments, yeah, so I guess it would have to be also in what department.
Okay.
Oh, and a list of partners. Is that enough?
Yeah, no.
Would include a to be completed by date on that?
For a deadline.
Deadline?
The information that we have on grants currently is included in our audit, in our single audit as well. Now, that is usually federal funding that's listed in there, and it's a little bit harder to picture, and that's the information we do have right now. It's a little bit harder to picture because you have more of the revenue and the expenditures, but it really only reports on the expenditures that have been spent with that award. So it's a little bit different in what information is presented as a financial statements versus the separate grant
This
presentation.
doesn't want to sound negative, but I'd also be interested in grants that we've applied for that have not been awarded. And it's just because it's just an interesting piece of information.
That's not unreasonable.
Sounds like we're planning a Google sheet for the city.
So
Spreadsheet.
so
Sheet they can all add to.
typically, so there are some grants that require a resolution and support from the city commission for application, and there are some that are not required. And the deadlines for grants, while they are announced, we would say in advance, sometimes they are a little bit quicker to turn around. Sometimes they're a little bit, they're extended, but the information that's put together from either the department or the city or with a consultant takes time to get to the point of a presentation, and then it's close to a deadline. So we do not like to be at the 11th hour coming up to a deadline. However, with so many grants that have been made available recently, or funding sources that have been made available recently, there's a big scramble to take whatever shovel-ready project you have and make it applicable to that grant. Or if you don't have a shovel-ready project available yet, you're scrambling to get one. And that takes more time than probably what's allowed from the grant announcement to the grant deadline. So we would like to make it a best practice to get it before the commission when we apply, but sometimes that's not necessarily feasible, or it's not appropriate because there are times where we are throwing things out there to see what sticks. And we're not alone in that aspect either. And sometimes we're very successful, but it always does come back before the commission for approval of a grant award, because that's usually a contract.
I think it's most significant if we have match money,
Oh, absolutely.
money in the game there.
And that's usually where there is a requirement to have an approval from the governing body, is when you're committing to those funds. That's a very
That
good point.
and grants aren't always free, as you point out, because they come with legacy costs
No free lunch.
and administrative costs.
There are. But we get pretty darn creative on that one, and we've been very fortunate.
So Commissioner Smith?
I was just gonna say, I don't have any issue with kind of seeing them outlined, but I think, having something like that as part of the budget process is a good idea, but I would rather us have open and honest conversations about where we want to spend our money and then leave it up to the city manager and her staff to make those decisions. And if we have any concerns, then we bring those up instead of getting really detailed and operational as a board. Just to put that out there, to have it be a tool for further review of her abilities, which I think she's doing very well, and continue it under that light rather than getting into the detail, which is their job.
Okay, perhaps was misconstrued. I don't intend to.
Okay.
But if there is a match that goes beyond what the city manager is able to approve, it makes sense to bring it to the commission. And also, I think of it more as a good news reporting to the community, not that we would get involved in what grants to apply for, because I do believe that every department are their own experts, that we don't have that expertise and we don't hear that, the communications coming from potential grant source.
Understood. Thank you.
I think the value for me with a list like that, or where I can use it as over information for me to talk with other community members, when, especially if you're talking about social media and you can shut people down and give facts instead of folly, which is what most people are throwing out there nowadays. And it's, again, to celebrate it, say, hey, this was a grant that it was a 2-to-1 match or something, whatever. If it's 50-50 or federal monies and you don't have to pay it back, it's just great. And it just shows the hard work that staff's putting into it, and we can have your back. That's what I'm shooting for.
You're all positive on that one. And this does relate back to the budget, because when you see the budget, you do have that revenue and matching expenditure with it. And sometimes that expenditure is either more if we have matching funds, or it accounts for the revenue that would be coming in and what you're spending it on. So bringing it back to what the budget is. Any more discussion on at least grants at this point?
Guess not.
Perfect, yes. And then I appreciate that. We wanted to see if we can nail down the information that was being sought out. And I think in the future, what we will be seeing is that incorporated into the budget presentation, because it does impact that. And sometimes when we receive the grant, it's budgeted for in 1 year, but if it's delayed on actual completion, you'll see it again in another year. And it can be misleading to say, hey, we're receiving more budget funds for the second year in a row, exceeding $1 million. So it's important to note that you may see some of that in there, and that's why it would be incorporated into the budget presentation. Before I put Dennis on the spot, who is here to talk about that creative grant project, before I do that, I'll give him a second to catch his breath, because I know he was walking out there. But I do want to say that we are, I did email out the capital improvement listing in the Excel document, which lists out those 115 different projects. And you can filter through some of that. If you print it, you do have to print it on bigger paper on there. And those 11 identified priority projects as well. The presentation was also emailed. And then that debt service project listing was emailed as well, with those bond issuance dates, amounts, and the current outstanding amount as well. So that is in your inbox. More information will be coming at the end of the day too, as we head into the second part of the session. But if I can invite Dennis to pop on up here to speak about the creative potential solution for the YMCA Lakeview Arena parking lot and that grant, and how we've kind of arrived at that idea. And in the future, when we consider grants, what we're looking at that.
We needed a good news story.
We needed a good news story.
So this is a great news story for a capital improvements plan. We have partnered with Superior Watershed Partnership they are seeking a grant. We would be like a partner to this grant. But there's no match. And one of the creative solutions that we've come up with in discussing with Mick, and actually maybe even a phone call to Commissioner Schlegel on this one, I think was something we had done. We are pursuing multi-million dollars with no match that would be able to provide pavement at the YMCA parking lot, as well as 2 blocks of city street, with the caveat that it's going to be a test project for pervious pavement. But for those who know about that type of thing, that's probably the direction we should be heading anyhow, being responsible for the natural environment and whatnot. And worst case scenario, if it doesn't work, it fills in and then it works like regular pavement. So bonus, that is a good news story. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to to speak about that. That's actually, when you look at the dire news of capital improvements, that's actually a positive that we can point to. So fingers crossed. It's not one of those things that has been secured yet, but as you know, we are usually very successful in that realm.
Any other questions on that one?
Thank you, Dennis.
Perfect.
And maybe I'm going to delve into this a little bit more than I should, but Lake Superior Watershed does a ton of grant finding for us.
We do.
And you've been very successful, Sean, with, finding some stuff, especially this past year as well. When we look at what they get as a take from finding each one of these grants for us, or applying for them and including us, I mean, are we seeing I deal with a lot of companies that skim off the top, okay? They pay themselves, and they pay themselves incredibly well, and I think that sometimes they pay themselves excessively. I mean, we must be happy with the way that the Lake Superior Watershed Partnership's taking their chunk of the pie in relation to the rest of it, versus our staff having to do the legwork and stuff like that, right? I mean,
I'm concerned you included me in the conversation of skimming off the top here. No, I think we are continuously evaluating our relationship with the Watershed Partnership, and we've been very happy with it. We've secured millions of dollars worth of grants that we have not had the staff capacity to do ourselves with that organization, and it's been a very fruitful relationship.
And in return, they do a number of projects outside of grant funding, specifically in maintaining the coastline and some other environmental projects. And we also do have in-kind matches and arrangements with them contractually, so that they can be either renting out, I think one of our buildings for an exchange of in-kind match, and then also some of the administrative costs that they would be withholding, which I do believe is lower than what we've seen in other grant administrators perhaps, or companies. They do put that back into the community. So they have been a great partnership. And that does remind me that we haven't had them in for an update in about a year or two. So perhaps maybe this is a good opportunity for them to pop in and talk about the stuff that they are doing here, and maybe even address what they are doing within the community with those funds.
yeah, again, it's over information for when you're having a conversation with somebody out on the street, and they're like, well, yeah, but they got this through this group, or they got it through that group, and, how does that happen, or what do they get out of it? And I'm like, well, they got to pay themselves.
I understand the point you're making, and I would just say that the partnership is so much more than just a grant consulting agency. I mean, they're a community nonprofit who really does invest and provide a great service to us. So it's not just this faceless firm
Right.
writing grants and taking their 20% or something like that. Like, there are quite a bit more to this community.
Good to know. Thanks.
Great. And thank you, Dennis, for that update as well. So I don't want to maybe postpone some of the conversations here on component units, and we'll get started into that as we wait for, I think, one more. But I do see the director of the library here, Andrea Ingmeyer, and she can probably go ahead and present on the library if we're ready to move into component units. Mayor, I'm just looking for a nod from you on that one, if we're
Go
good to go
ahead.
into
Yes,
component
absolutely.
units. Perfect. If you
I
guys
was just going to look for what page that
page
was on.
144.
Okay.
If you don't mind. And Andrea, are you ready to pop on up and go through your budget? And again, the library is considered a component unit of the city. While they do have a governing board, they are appointed by the city commission and are very much an important part of the city. And Andrea has been partaking in many of our department head meetings, and she is, considered one that's, part of daily operations. What we do impacts her and vice versa. So it's great to have her as a partner. So 144, if you're not already on that page yet. And I did put a summary out here for you as well. So, thank you, Andrea.
All right. As Karen mentioned, when the city has good news, we have good news as well. The increase in tax base in the city of Marquette has impacted our budget in a positive light. So when the city comes in with less dire news, we also have less dire news to share. A little overview of our revenues. Of course, the bulk of our revenue comes from a tax base, the city tax base, and our township contracts. One thing to note for this year is we do have ballot proposals in all 5 of our contracted townships for the November ballot. So we do have a little bit of a question mark in our budget this year. You'll see in the spreadsheet when it comes to staff wages, we have negotiated with our union for staff wage increases, but we are putting that with a little earmark that we have to pass all of our ballot proposals in which to do that. So we're very hopeful that November brings good news for the library, but you know, every election is a little bit of a gamble. So we're just kind of waiting until that ends to be able to complete some of that work. We do receive state revenue sharing from the city of Marquette to the tune of $40,000. The state sources is the state aid funds that we receive directly from the state. Half of that money goes to the library and half goes to our chosen co-op, which is the Superior Land Library Cooperative. The township contracts revenue we've already talked about. Fines, fees, rents, and other, that includes everything from penal fines to fines that we collect at the desk. And also includes the MACC rent for the building. Fundraising and other grants, that's one of our good news stories. That funding continues to increase as we continue to develop funds and funds within our development fund. And that revenue change from last year's budget to this year's budget is about $15,000. So kind of a small portion of the overall budget, but that kind of rounds the edges for our budget a little bit, if you will, helps take off some of the pressure on our regular operating costs and allows us to do a little bit more with our budget. From an expenditure standpoint, I've heard already mentioned in this meeting today, staff are our most important asset, and therefore it's our biggest chunk of the budget. You can see that quite clearly from the slide up here. Materials, this is our projection for this next year. This will be the first time that we've significantly increased our input into materials in a number of years. That's both print and digital materials. As costs continue to increase, we're finding that our print budgets don't go as far because everything is a little bit more costly. And we're really glad to be able to increase those expense lines for the first time in 8 years. The other 2 items there, or the other 3 items there, are pretty self-explanatory. We have a lot of ongoing contracts. For those of you who don't know, our elevator is currently down, and Jamie shared with me just before this meeting started that the work that's needed to be done on the elevator is actually covered by our service contract. So we can all just fall over now because that almost never happens. And then just ongoing maintenance of the building. That contribution to a fund balance is always a big question mark. We do have a fund balance right now of about $745,000. We are attempting to not use any of that funding. The work that we just completed on the stairs on Front Street was paid for by our general fund trust, which is a trust held by the library, and is shown on our balance sheet and our regular operating budget information that you have from the city. The board and our administrative staff made the decision a couple years ago to start spending down that general fund trust on building maintenance projects. That money goes back to the 1958 building project, and it's just been sitting in library funds, waiting for the right types of projects. And as we think about the choices between spending fund balance versus this pool of money that's just been collecting, the board decided to spend that general fund trust down before we start getting into our fund balance. So that fund we are targeting for the next several years of building larger building projects like the stairs. We have a short list for next year, primarily including paving work and the parking lot resealing and striping and all those fun projects that always cost more than you want them to cost, but are just a part of regular maintenance of our building and our grounds. So you will see that continue to get used over the next several years as we take care of more building projects, in the hopes that we don't have to use much of our fund balance. We do have about 4 months of operating, 4 to 5 months of operating in the fund balance right now, and we'd like to see that either stay as is, increase a little bit, certainly not go down significantly, because as you know, the fund balance is an important part of having that financial stability that we all want. Can I answer any questions that you all may have?
Doesn't look like it. Oh, Commissioner Larson.
I'm glad to see the stair project.
Yeah.
Move forward. I think, beautiful set of stairs. I guess my only question is only tangentially related. As far as patronage or visitorship, does that remain constant? Is it up, down? As far as how your budget expands and contracts or contracts if you have more visitors and so on.
Yeah, actually, our door count is nearing back to pre-pandemic levels. All of our programming statistics and circulation statistics are back to pre-pandemic levels. So I think our door count, it's difficult to get an accurate door count. As you know, there's the issue of people going in and out, children in particular. So we're really close to what we were pre-pandemic levels. And I do think having the stairs replaced and everything looks so nice right now. I don't know if anybody attended the most recent concert on the steps, but it was the first time to have that after the stairs were done and the flowers are all blooming, and it's just nice to be kind of back to normal outside. But yeah, our statistics have rebounded significantly, and I think probably at the end of this fiscal year we'll see numbers that match pre-pandemic. Last year it was very close, so I think this year it'll be right on track.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay. Do you have more for us?
That's all I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
No? It doesn't look like it. Thank you very much, Andrea.
You're so welcome.
And Andrea, I believe your board has approved this budget recently as well. Right? Yes. So the next time we'll be putting this in the commission. All right, you moving on to the DDA, and I know Tara has just walked in as well. I do want to allow you to get to the page. It's page 147. And while you're scrolling to that page, I also want to mention that what we are still working on is the revenue sharing negotiations regarding 3rd Street TIF, and we are nearing the very close to the end of that. There had been a couple of things that had popped up in regards to some of the properties that are included in the TIF district on 3rd Street that have caused a little bit of some confusion in some of the estimates that we do have. We are really expecting to have that nailed down here in the next, I would say probably with all of the legal stuff here, hopefully in the next few months before the end of the year is obvious as well. And then for this year, there is a small TIF capture for 3rd Street. I had thought that we had maybe one more year of delay based off of the tax year, but that is what we are considering quite insignificant in the tune of, I think in the fiscal year now, the impact from the city is less than or about $10,000, just over $10,000 maybe, for the operating millage. So we can be still negotiating revenue sharing and have that impact the future years as soon as we can. Did I kind of summarize that for where we stand at this point?
Yes.
All right, perfect. This has also been approved by the DDA board. And I will let you, Tara, go ahead and give us a brief synopsis of all of this, if everybody's ready.
Sure. The 2025 fiscal year budget reflects total anticipated revenues of $2,001,926 and total expenditures of $2,039,468. Revenues are budgeted to be $37,543 under expenditures. We anticipate fiscal year 2025 to continue to focus on improving the functional integrity and appearance of downtown properties managed by the DDA. Several facilities and sidewalk repairs are anticipated, as well as renovations to the Pocket Park and additions to street furnishings and wayfinding. Our revenue assumptions, our net TIF income is anticipated to be $1,120,498. The $2 million for 2024 is estimated to be $37,079. Parking income is expected to remain overall about the same, with a trend towards more app use and less pay station use. which is good. That's what we're aiming for there. Farmers market income from vendor fees is predicted to remain about the same. We don't have any major changes anticipated there. The farmers market will also continue to be supported by sponsorships and donations. The summer event sponsorships will again support farmers markets as well as Blueberry Fest and Music on 3rd. Income from classic cars on 3rd Street is eliminated as the Women's Center will be directly processing this event's donations. They're taking on a much larger role in that event. Our ordinary expenditures assumptions, personnel costs are budgeted to increase. This includes an estimated 5% increase in health insurance, staff raises, and an increase in number of maintenance staff, including an additional full-time position that began in 2024 and additional permanent part-time staff. We have also been gradually increasing maintenance staff hourly rates to remain competitive with job market and retain staff, to retain staff. We are increasing our facade grant to allow for 8 potential grants. And we've also, this last year, increased the amount. So there's been much more interest in that particular grant. We are doing a winter lights display grant that has been added with board approval to provide incentive for downtown businesses to create a festive atmosphere downtown to attract more visitors and local commerce. Our total parking expenses, including capital expenses, are budgeted to increase, particularly due to repairs needed at the bluff ramp and the elevator towers. It's anticipated that parking expenses will exceed income by $35,243. A 10% increase over our current snowplow bid is budgeted, and a 5% increase in utilities is budgeted. The vehicle maintenance and repair budget is increased now as we have more vehicles to maintain, and one of our older vehicles is anticipated to need repairs. The farmers market street closure cost is estimated to increase, along with small increases in promotions and supply expenses. We have increase in promotions budget expenses, including street closures for Music on 3rd, and small increases in other event expenses, particularly the Holiday Parade and Blueberry Fest. The budget for classic cars on 3rd is decreased to $5,000. This will allow us to support the street closure for the event, while the Women's Center handles all the other expenses. The professional services miscellaneous expenses is significantly decreased as the bulk of the TIF consultant fees are completed and no significant consultant projects are anticipated. So our 2025 capital outlay, our street furnishings budget expense category, it's merged with flags, signs, banners, just to kind of clean that up for us in-house. And the $100,000 is budgeted for wayfinding, trash cans, benches, tables, large planters, and bike rack refurbishing. Site and land improvements of $135,000 will include sidewalk repairs in several areas, sidewalk sealant applications throughout the district, the DDA portion of the coal bunker projects that we're teaming up with the city on, and renovations to the pocket park. The bluff ramp repairs are budgeted at $60,000 to include bluff tower stair railing, derusting, and painting, upper deck concrete repairs to the west bridge and to the upper deck east tower connection, and elevator repairs. For building improvements, we have our Main Street tower. We have budgeted $9,250 for elevator repairs. Our parking lot line striping, $7,000 to possibly include lots at Spring Street, Rock Street, Baraga, and South Main Street. We have walkway improvements of $15,000, painting and lighting improvements in the hallway to the Main Street Tower, and pocket park renovations. Our common sites improvement is $10,000 for bathroom light fixtures, replaced with LED, countertop replacements, and new hand dryers. And I look forward to returning later this year to share all of our accomplishments from this last year. And we're looking ahead towards 2025.
That was a lot of information, very fast. Yeah.
Lots of fun things planned for next year, but a lot of, really it's maintenance is a lot of what we're doing, maintaining what we have.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you for the presentation. Love our downtown. You guys do great work and kind of are a shining example of the events and businesses and what density can do to create that culture and character of a town. My question is, I see it's a 15% change in budget year over year, and I guess I'm just wondering, and I know you went over this, but if you could just highlight where the revenue comes in to support that kind of change, that would be helpful for my brain. Thank you.
Well, we are dipping just a little bit into our fund balance for this year. But to cover some of those, really, it's a lot because of that maintenance that we need. But you're asking where the revenue is coming for that, for the most part. We do see a 9% increase in our TIF revenues coming in this year over last year. A little bit of that is because of 3rd Street, but the rest is just, from the core downtown.
Okay, so this budget anticipates that the 3rd Street TIF will be approved.
It has been approved.
Well, pending negotiate, that it will all go through. So that's in this budget, I guess. Is what I'm trying to.
Yes. So what
There's
was
final
passed?
approval still.
Third Street TIF was approved.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then I had a momentary lapse.
Oh, no.
Well,
what
you
you're
might be-
remembering-
I thought it was coming back to us after negotiation.
What you're, I think trying to
Yeah.
put it on is, we extended it to coincide with the end of the main DDA TIF districts.
Oh, it was
And
two
we're
parts.
talking about doing the full extension.
My apologies.
pending negotiation.
So it goes through 2036.
So it is in the budget, which
Yes.
is appropriate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And-
I'm sorry.
No, that's
Joe,
fine.
And keep in mind that the increase, so there are increases with property values, just as we've seen with property taxes, and that does impact and increase the TIF revenue that would be received as well. So that helps. And then also, even with 3rd Street extension, and if there were a revenue sharing, we would still expect to see an increase as well. There was some uncapping of properties, things like that. And, just as if brownfield projects within the DDA roll off, that will also increase it too. So that could be reflected as well.
Thank you. My apologies for my misunderstanding.
Well, I think that's
Clarifying
okay.
point.
I think that some of us have been wondering about the negotiations, and from, there's been some issues that haven't been able to happen. But I believe, Karen, you and I talked about that it could be retroactive with the revenue sharing once it's settled.
We could certainly have an update on that. And some of those complications involve, like I said, the legal descriptions, properties that are included in the TIF district, DDA district, specifically on 3rd Street. There are some tax tribunal things that are pending as well. So there's a lot up in the air that we will probably need to seek some extra counseling on.
Anyone else? Commissioner Larson?
Just like, I think a couple questions.
Sure.
So thinking about and I don't know how budgeting works exactly. I don't know if it's really related to budgeting. Parking. Parking revenues,
Sure.
You have that option potentially to have additional revenues come in. Would you be looking at, expanding, what is paid parking to 3rd Street at some point in time? Would that be a way that you start to potentially cover what revenue sharing or something like that might have if that's going to result in a loss?
Generally parking tends to pay for itself, and we don't see surplus from that. We also don't want to charge the public to see a surplus out of that as well for our pockets. We want to keep those prices fair for everybody, also while being able to, cover our expenses. So it's kind of a balancing act there. But as far as going to 3rd Street, it's something that we are starting to study and starting to look at. We've started collecting data on that just this year, just to see what the pressures are on 3rd Street, where they're coming from, and how we can best manage that. 3rd Street's very, very different from the core downtown. So us just slapping up some parking meters up there isn't going to have the same effect as it would down in the core downtown area. So, we don't have off-street parking up there that is public that we can send people to if they don't want to be on the streets, or places where we could send, employees who are working up on 3rd Street to public lots. So, we have to kind of weigh out our options up there, gather all the data that we can, and then kind of, in the next couple of years, make some decisions that's going to benefit both the businesses up on 3rd Street, the people who are visiting, and the people that work up there.
And then just one more as far as clarification goes for the vehicles, so you have vehicle maintenance and whatnot. So those are your wholly owned vehicles. They don't interact with the city, and so that's not part of any of the lease portion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Pro Tem Hanley?
Getting back to like the parking not making money thing, I've seen the analysis for the last like years. We've lost money on the parking.
Some years we
every
do
year.
lose money, some years we break even, some years.
I only see 1 year where we've made money on parking,
Yeah.
2023.
Yeah. There's 1 year we lost over
Yeah.
100,000, and that was the year that we purchased those parking meters. So
But in the reason, if we're barely coming to breaking even and mostly not breaking even, is there a reason that we do it?
the reason that we do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, I mean,
Oh, sure. Yeah, no,
we're
that's
not making money off of it. Why do we do it?
Sure. Well, essentially, it is a directive from the city for us to manage the parking, so that is one thing. But another reason is that we want to encourage turnover downtown, and we want to make sure that we have space for people to actually come downtown when they want to be downtown. So our goal is to make sure that, block by block, there's always going to be a few spots. Obviously, that's not always the way, but that's our goal, so that they can do that. And then we also want to manage that parking so we can send employees to lots that are a little further away from where they're actually working, so that we can keep those spots open for visitors, for tourists, for locals to be able to go to the places that they would like to be. If we got rid of managing parking and just kind of let it be a free-for-all, I mean, for as much as we hear, people occasionally grumbling about parking, we'd hear other grumblings as well. We'd hear like, there's nowhere to park. This person's parking in front of my business and causing me to lose customers, things like that. So we want to make sure that we're doing our best to manage that parking so that we can encourage business growth and we want to enable people to be able to come downtown.
Absolutely, and that makes complete sense. I did notice that the Rock Street lot is going to the pay thing as well now?
It is, yes.
Perfect.
So we have been working with Peggy and kind of keeping an eye on that lot. And we found that as people have found that these outer lots have just 2-hour limits, they kind of abuse those. So the people who actually pay for parking there aren't able to park there. So we have decided that that would be another lot that we should turn to longer-term paid parking.
No, makes complete sense. I park in that lot regularly, and I definitely have noticed an uptick in recent times.
May I just add on to the parking? It's one thing that was a huge surprise on coming into local government is how valuable real estate is for parking. And as Tara had mentioned, it is the way to increase turnover over there. Otherwise, as a tourist destination that comes in with biking and a lot of walkability and enjoying the water, what we would really hate to see is somebody parking here, grabbing a bite, walking down to the beach and taking up a parking spot when there are people who need to utilize the services or the facilities or storefronts that are right there, and they're using it as a convenient parking space because all of the parking near the beaches are full. And there's also, it does allow for the plowing. So whenever we do receive any questions or even complaints from visitors or residents talking about pay for parking, it's something we take very seriously, but we also take that opportunity to educate the fact that this is how you incentivize some turnover and incentivize, the purpose of coming into the downtown to do your shopping, spend some time there, and then move along to another site perhaps in sightseeing. But also it does allow to plow and do all the things. So if we didn't have that funding source and the city was taking over that plowing and maintenance of the sidewalks during the winter hours, it would be costing the taxpayers more than at that point versus the parking fines. So that's one key point
for sure.
we like to make regarding parking. It's just a good opportunity to say it. And to note that with the app, there is a convenience fee there that you do pay. And I will say that that's a very nice convenience fee that I can go and walk into my hairdresser and then do the app instead of standing out there trying to remember my license plate. The DDA does not receive any of that revenue for that convenience fee that goes directly to the provider for the software, and that goes towards the PCI compliance and things like that for dealing with payments with credit cards. So it's not a revenue source for the DDA in that instance.
Commissioner Schlegel.
I just sign up for the 15-minute parking when I go get my hair done,
Is that not worth it?
and I got 5 minutes to spare. I see the increases in the farmers market expenditures there, and I'm just wondering, is that mainly because of the Wednesday expansion? Could you fill me in on the difference?
That
or
is that
where
is
you're
one
seeing
of
them?
the that is one of the bigger costs there that we've seen. We haven't made a lot of changes last year, this year, into next year in the farmers market, aside from moving it to Washington Street. And the biggest cost there is the street closures for us. So they just end up being a little bit more than we budgeted for this last year, and so we're budgeting a bit more for that.
What's your turnout over last year for anticipated, increase in turnout for that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
For the Wednesday night, Wednesday afternoon?
We've had really great turnout this year, just like last year. We've had really great turnout. There's been one or two evenings where it's been kind of rainy and not super great, but overall, it's been a very, very great success. We've had more vendors this year, and we've seen more turnout because of that, which is really nice.
I've enjoyed it, and
Good, glad.
thank you.
Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Larson.
Just final comment.
Yeah.
And benches. Your bench. I like the innovative
Yeah.
bench that I've seen pop out around town now, where it's a bench and a table at the same time. So
Yes.
it's just an interesting little piece that you've found.
We were looking for solutions for quite some time for something like that. Picnic tables are heavy. We have tons of benches. We finally came across that, and it just was like the holy grail. It was amazing. So we're probably going to invest in some more of those for next year as well.
It's a cool idea.
I'm going to bring us back to parking for just a moment. Thank you for that explanation about why we manage the parking, because that's very helpful. You probably don't get the number of complaints that we get about parking.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I bet she does.
I think people just think that it's the city, and so they call
Sure.
the commissioners. Well,
Sure.
at least I get a lot, but it helps to have that kind of an explanation. And one of the other things that is, because I used to complain about it a lot, until one of the other commissioners informed me that you can put $5 or $10 in there and only have one convenience fee. I would like more people to know about that, because when we get complaints, it's a lot about, I don't go downtown Marquette anymore. It's only for the tourists, and those of us who are residents avoid the shops downtown.
Sure.
So perhaps there could be some more.
Some more education on that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can look into,
Yeah.
for sure. And I just want to say,
I did not know that.
Oh, you didn't know? Well, Commissioner Ottaway introduced me. See, look at, we don't know that.
and
Yeah, you can put a certain amount in there and use
there's
it
a
when-
wallet function. You can
A
kind of
wallet, okay.
fill that up, and so you don't have to charge your credit card every single time. Yeah.
Nice idea.
Yeah, and so then, and this might be a very unfair question to ask you because it's about the future. I know that we have a coming parking ramp, and I know that there was supposed to be some sort of a study on the financial viability of that for the DDA. Any comments, or when is that coming? And
I know it is still coming. Last I heard, that is still coming. I know I've been in talks with, different departments at the city. They're starting to look at getting ready to actually start that entire project, as far as like letting us know when they're going to be blocking sidewalks, things like that. We should be seeing that within the next coming weeks, I would think.
I
But
guess
as-
I'm just worried about, is it going to put more stress on the parking situation in terms of finances and?
Oh, that's a good question. I think when we get that structure up, I think there's the potential that we'll reevaluate everything, because it's really going to, the new buildings, the new stores in there, the hotel there is going to, create different pressures on downtown. But then having that additional parking structure is also going to free up some of those pressures. So it's going to be a little bit of a balancing act. But there was a study done, I believe, when the brownfield was in discussion, to kind of look at the viability to make sure that could actually make enough money to support that structure. And at $1 an hour, which is what we currently charge right now, that was deemed viable for that structure, that there would be money set aside for future repairs that will inevitably be needed and things like that, upkeep and whatnot. And it was decided that would be viable. Will that only be $1 by the time that actually, comes around? Hard to say, but likely that would go up. So.
Real quick, Mayor Davis, I can jump in
Yes.
on that. Yes, we did pay for a parking study through the local Brownfield Revolving Fund for that project to make sure it was viable before, the city and the DDA undertake that venture with the vault. Yeah, and with the DDA's existing parking structure for permits and hourly parking, it was a break-even situation, basically, for the parking structure, which is positive, right? Like, it covers future maintenance and cost and depreciation. That being said, it is indoor, basically, temperature-controlled parking, and could be worth quite a bit more money. So the baseline of that, using the existing rate structure, was economically viable, but has a lot more potential to be even more self-sustaining and build up more reserves based on the value of that parking. And we can do, I think, a more in-depth update of that project. Probably, I think, next year would be more appropriate. But they are focusing on, they received the RAP grant, the Revitalization and Placemaking Grant from the state. So they received that, and they're focusing on that phase of their project right now, which is the renovation of the Savings Bank building and then an infill building right next to it. So that's really become phase one of that project due to the significant amount of state money they were able to receive. And the parking structure and the rest of the development is still planned, but is
We're looking at 2026 or 2027.
Yeah, I would say for the parking structure, we're probably 3 to 4 years away from that being constructed.
28, 29.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Tara.
Well, thank you.
Great.
And they have to front the money to build the parking structure too. So it's not like we're out
Yeah.
anything until the day to take the keys from them, we're all solid. Which is kind of, I think, a good segue here.
But that, you know what, that sounds like a wonderful segue into when we start talking about brownfield brownfield redevelopment. And it may sound like a similar presentation that you've heard before, because it's one that we just talked about recently. So some of this might be quite familiar, and I don't want to say redundant, but it's always good to hear it again. So Sean, if you don't mind, go ahead.
And the authority's budget is a receive and file situation for the city. The commission isn't an approving body over that. They have presented a balanced budget and have approved it. But what we take this time to talk about, I think, is really, where are we at with brownfield projects? What does Act 381 TIF mean to the city? And what is it? It's kind of a yearly primer. We've had a couple of different meetings this year so far on brownfield, so you've heard me say a lot of the same words, I think. But what is brownfield redevelopment? Well, it's economic development and now housing development through tax increment financing. And that's basically taking a property, redeveloping it for some purpose, and taking the increase in value in taxes paid and using that to repay certain expenses. The law outlines what expenses we are allowed to reimburse for each individual project. We outline those in brownfield plans before the projects even ever begin. And then over time, we repay those until a certain point when all expenses are repaid and the revenue returns to all the original taxing entities. Michigan has a very broad definition of brownfield. I attended a conference last year that was a national brownfields conference, and pretty much no one does brownfields like Michigan does. We use it as, TIF redevelopment. We use it for environmental, non-environmental, and now housing redevelopment, whereas the rest of the country really is focused on just environmental redevelopment and not even always using TIF. Brownfield means a very specific, we are cleaning up property to a lot of communities. But when we say it, we're talking about economic development, housing development, real estate development in a much cooler way, I think, than a lot of people are doing. But the greatest benefit of this is, we're able to encourage significant local investment by leveraging not just local taxes and local taxing jurisdiction funds, but state jurisdiction funds too. So, the school operating tax is captured, schools are made whole by the state, but we're able to redirect dollars that would have gone to the state right back into our community. And that's really cool. If we go to the next slide. So what has brownfield meant to the city of Marquette? Well, it's meant, over $405 million invested in the city over the life of our our brownfield authority being in existence. And we're still planning on over $200 million of investment within the next 5 years. And you can keep on revising that number up as we look at new projects that come to light. I mean, the Chippewa Square development that the Brownfield Authority just approved the application for, they're going to be putting, well over, I think, $2 million into that project. So they just keep on adding amounts of money that are being invested in our city borders as a result of these kinds of incentives being offered. It has allowed us to remediate and redevelop some of our most challenging properties in the city, from Founders Landing to the Bunny Bread. It's assisting us with the former hospital property. It's assisting us with Cliffs Dow. It is providing a resource that wouldn't have otherwise been available for us to reinvest in ourselves and take care of problem properties within the city. And while doing that, we're able to get public benefits. We get infrastructure, we get bike path improvements, we get new piers, we get a municipal service center that we would have had to have paid for through straight bonding with no other revenue attached for it. We're able to do all these things and use state dollars to help us do that, and some of the dollars from our other taxing jurisdictions in this area, such as the county. So we appreciate their perhaps unwilling partnership in that those endeavors. And it's hard because construction is quick for projects, and we talk about the vaults and like their timeline for getting on board, but when they start having teams there to build, that construction is going to feel quick, but capture is glacial. And that's kind of what we run into when we talk about when do these projects pay off. And I'm ready for the next slide now. We get to this point where we have these projects built, we have the new shiny thing, and I think it exits our collective memory that it cost a lot of public dollars to make, or a lot of dollars to make that happen, and we have an obligation to pay some of that back. And when those projects were initially constructed, it wasn't so valuable to invest in Marquette. It wasn't so feasible to invest. When you look at Founders Landing, I mean, that's a project that was started right as the entire housing economy in the world crashed, in 2008. That wasn't a really favorable time for investment. You needed to offer significant incentives for that to happen. We were able to offer those incentives. We were able to get things constructed. We have a beautiful section of shoreline now that has a ton of public access where it didn't really before. I know it was Bums Beach, but it doesn't have public access like it does before, especially if you consider the piers. But the thing is there, it was built mostly, and now we're waiting for that capture, and the capture period is glacial. And that's what we keep thinking of now that we're past that initial period. So when we look at our plant completions, that's just something I want remembered is, we bought the car, 10 years ago, but we're still making payments on it. And it's hard to, it's hard to wait, but we have to keep waiting because that's what that bought us. My plan completion, estimates, I don't really change these in slides. They waver forward and backwards. A year or two sometimes. I think for like 231, that's in the next slide. But like Liberty Way, it's just here. Sorry, we're good. 231, I think, is being revised up to 2031. But UP State Bank is being revised or back a year, and Liberty Way is being moved up a year. These are conservative estimates that we expect the plans to be completed and the capture periods to end. And they're all in the 2030s. There's not really a mechanism to juice these or eliminate reimbursements. The expenses were made, and we are capturing at the tax rate to repay these. But what's really cool is there's a lot of, in addition to the public components of all these projects and the benefits of redeveloping property and making us a more attractive place to invest dollars and have that secondary level of economic development, there is future city tax revenue at the end of the tunnel that all these projects will be contributing in a much greater amount than they were when we first started these projects. I think that's kind of the update. If anybody wants to go into a project specifically, such as the vault, I might want to kick the vault to, maybe we do an update once they really start construction and keep going and give us, a revised timeline there. I'm still waiting to see what the assessment for the Ordock Brewing Company is going to be. They're just about to be completed, I think, with their project. I got an invitation from Andy the other day. Hey, it's time to take a tour, and I've been waiting for that call for a while. So if she's watching, I need to get back with you on your email. But we're doing really well with the select projects that the commission has approved over the years. And I think if you look at all of these and their combined impact, it's really a great thing that's been done here. It's just that glacial capture place is kind of hard to stomach sometimes. So.
And how this relates to the budget is, again, receive and file. The budget reflects the TIF capture and the repayments. So nothing really noteworthy when we look at what the budget documents actually say.
Okay.
And I think one note I'll have on that is the revolving loan fund is up to $700,000, and that capture is escalating on a couple of projects. So the authority has the potential to do some really cool stuff with that, and they've revised their revolving loan policy to anticipate the changes in housing. But I'm anticipating just cool actions on that, and that being the future of that board. I've said that before. I think that fund is the future of that board, as we don't need that incentive in a place that's profitable to invest in, like Marquette is.
Comments? What?
Nothing.
Thanks for letting me talk.
Commissioner Larson?
I think for me, it's always important to remind us, about how TIF works and how it's not only the city taxes that get captured, but you have a multiplying effect, that go into how that project might work. And so, even though you say it's redundant, I think it's always helpful to kind of, reiterate it, as often as we need to get it. So I thank you for doing that. Previously, we've talked about kind of being, TIF brownfield, kind of at that, kind of on a waiting schedule, or just saying, hey, how much more do we want to take on? And if you just wouldn't mind talking about that, how do you look at it as a level of comfort for taking on another project if one were to come before you?
Yeah, I think that's largely a conversation about our city budget, and the commission's vibe on it, if you will, because you guys are really the arbiter of the people for the city. So, when you guys feel that we're at a limit with this, that the community can't stomach anymore, that's our indication that, okay, we need to pull back. But we're already pretty discerning on these projects. I mean, the first question we ask is, can you do this without it? It's not just you get this because it sounds cool and it would cut some of your expenses. Is, can you do this project without this incentive? Is it financially viable? And we've said no to projects in the past because people just want to get a reimbursement for something. And it's, no, you're not providing a public benefit, and you can do the project without us. We've had, we have a list of project priorities within the Brownfield Authority that help us discern, what projects, should be funded or what kind of projects we're seeking. You never know what's going to pop out of the woodwork, but it feels like we've been tackling a lot of the dragons, right? We have the hospital under a brownfield that was, before the foundation came forward and took on that project, that was kind of one of the big question marks, is that in Cliffsdale? And then maybe some smaller ones here and there might come forward, but that was going to be our priority. And now it's really just down to what's the future of Cliffsdale look like. For smaller projects, a lot of the time the answer is going to be is you can do it without, unless you're making a really compelling case. And in that case, we're obligated to bring it, I think, in front of the authority and in front of this board to say, are they making a compelling case? Is this within the public interest? And I think a really good example of that is Chippewa Square, and the amendments to Act 381 to allow for housing TIF. That is something that, while we feel pretty brownfielded out right now, we also have this, really strong policy directive that we need to be working on affordable housing within our community. That's a priority for the city. That's a priority for the authority. So, here's a project that's saying we are going to be working on this issue. it's appropriate to bring it in front of here and say, have it get some consideration.
Sure.
So we look at policy directives, we look at what they're asking for, we look at if there's any, benefits that we're looking for. I mean, I mentioned College Avenue earlier. If there's a street that we're looking to renovate, or, utility we're looking to do, or something that we were looking to pay for, that we can now use TIF capture to reimburse us for, which means we're not just taking, our portion of taxes from the tax bill and paying off a bond for that. We are taking the whole tax bill that's being captured and using the state dollars, the county dollars to invest in the city of Marquette. It becomes a consideration.
Sure. Thank you.
Just a quick question on the revolving fund, and you mentioned there was like over 700,000 in there? Is that
Yes.
what- Okay. I'm just trying to track in my mind, is that restricted to certain uses?
Yeah, so you can only use it for eligible expenses enabled by Act 381. So anything that you would be able to be reimbursed for underneath a brownfield plan, that's what the revolving loan fund is limited to.
So is the Brownfield Committee, and I see Sherry here, looking at anything in particular for the use of that money in the near future?
No, there hasn't been any project planning. It's
Okay.
been more of a application basis.
Okay. Okay, just curious.
Yeah, we, I think a great example of a recent use of that is we used it to pay for the baseline environmental assessment, phase 1 and 2, for the Habitat for Humanity project. They needed to have that environmental assessment done. I think it was about $25,000. That every dollar adds to the cost, for Habitat
Sure.
for Humanity. They submitted an application, for that to be paid for. Environmental assessments are a reimbursable expense under Act 381, so it was eligible, and the authority paid for it.
So it doesn't have to be related to a particular brownfield project, but it can be related to maybe future projects or other projects that still meet those criteria?
Absolutely, yeah. If it's
Okay.
within the city limits and it would be an eligible expense, you
Okay.
can ask the Brownfield Authority to consider it.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, thank you, Sean.
I have noted that perhaps that's going to be something you see more of a presentation on in the future years when some of those projects come near.
The
or
revolving fund?
Yep, the
Okay.
revolving fund, if there's a more of a larger substantial fund balance perhaps there. All right. It was exciting. You want to move on to something exciting again? Special revenue funds. Page 72 is where those start if you wanted to flip to those pages. All right. So there are 13 special revenue funds, and special revenue funds are defined as funds that receive revenues for a very specific purpose, and thus those expenditures or those revenues can only be used for expenditures that meet those specific purposes identified. They can be restricted by city charter, ordinances, resolutions, and/or those federal and state statutes. So we'll jump into some of those, but like I said, expenditures must adhere to those specific purposes. Examples of our specific funds are major streets, local streets, the public art fund, sanitation fund, LDFA, although that does sometimes feel like a component unit, but by definition it is special revenue fund. The cable franchise fees and fund, drug law enforcement, road maintenance, road safety improvement, criminal justice training, opioid settlement, senior services, and Lakeview Arena is considered a special revenue fund for some specific criteria, although we do feel like it operates as an enterprise fund. So I do plan to dive into a couple of these funds, specifically the major ones that we think of, such as the street funds. We will talk about Lakeview Arena, probably some of the senior services as well. So if we want to kind of dive into some of these, let's do it. Major street funds, which start on page 72, Fund 202. Major and local streets are the main source of revenue are those Act 51 funds. And some of those questions that we receive is how much do we receive for that? And for this year's allocation and calculation, it is somewhat small, a little bit higher than prior years. So it is $24,885 per mile of major streets, and there's about 31.34 miles. And that equates to about $66.37 per capita. just for context. Now, maintaining maintaining and improving each mile of our roads is much more than $24,885 per mile. So just keep that in mind. We know that even a small block reconstruction or repavement of a small block can be 6 figures or more. So just to make that a point. And as I said, this is slightly increased from prior years. As you see that it is going from about $2 million to about $2.1 million more from the prior year. It's not incredibly exciting budget for major and local streets because there are not a lot of projects that we are completing. Well, actually, there's really no projects that we are completing other than some of the high maintenance, such as the crack sealing, in order to preserve the condition of those roads. There is a fund balance within major streets of 1.8 million, and that is reserved for projects that are already in place, such as the Lakeshore Boulevard Phase 2, and some potential a known grant that's coming up as well that is related to that. And a small portion of that is also reserved for some other capital improvements. So that 1.8 that we see in fund balance for street funds is already set aside for something. I also want to note that there is a transfer from major streets into local streets as allowed by law, and that does help us help sustain the operations of the local street funds in some of those projects as well. So this year we are looking at about $650,000 going into local streets. The amount you receive for local streets is much less than major streets, obviously. And those local streets are more of your neighborhood streets, which we see and feel a little bit more sometimes than those major streets, which is a great segue into the local streets. And similar to the major streets, the allocation per mile for local streets has increased slightly from prior years, and that's about $5,000 per mile. And we have 59.51 miles of local streets, and that equates to $22.12 per capita as well. So again, costs much more to maintain those roads than the per mile allocation that we do receive. But again, we are grateful to receive that. We are setting aside some funding there for some SIMP and other improvements, like I said, some of that major maintenance, such as crack sealing at this point. And that we did say was about $300,000. The sidewalks are in there too. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sidewalks are included in that.
Yes. Yes.
When we're talking, I know I probably should have brought this up with Tara here, but when we're talking about the DDA and the sidewalks, specifically around the Elks Lodge, you've got Front Street and you've got, what was that, Ridge, right?
Rich.
Who's responsible for the sidewalks on Ridge? Is that DDA or is that city of?
If it's within the DDA district, there is some partnerships that we do go into with the DDA. The DDA has maintained districts within or sidewalks within their district. Specifically, I'm thinking about the red bricks that they've just budgeted to replace in some of these areas. So out by that way, I would probably say that is also the DDA's responsibility. I'm just looking at Dennis for confirmation.
It's the Ridge, it's the Ridge sidewalk that I'm thinking of, but specifically. I've just gotten a number of calls.
Elks Lodge.
Elks Lodge, that's Bluff, isn't it?
Is that Bluff? You're right. I'm sorry. Yep, it is Bluff. So the Bluff Street. What I do is I get calls from the people that bring the VA, the veterans in, and they can't get the wheelchairs over the rough sidewalks there. And I brought it up a few times, but just something.
I've had the same as you brought before
I
me.
wasn't sure if that was a DDA, if they would be ones that would be calling for that to be fixed, or if that's a city of Marquette thing.
We have discussed it at one point, and I apologize, I don't remember what conclusion we came to that with that. But certainly, if it is something of the DDA's responsibility, we'll bring it up again. I'd have to double check on that
Just
one.
a thought since the audience is here. Thank you.
Yes. Repair. Thank you. of note with the local streets, we are preserving fund balance there for future projects as well. So instead of just adding more into SIMP and doing a little bit more maintenance, we are using that goal of preserving some of that fund balance for larger projects in the very near future. Any questions on the street funds while we're right here?
Nope.
While you do see road maintenance and road safety improvements near street funds, that has to do with our trucking corridor in the mines, and that is set aside for specific uses. And you've seen some of those capital improvements in years past that have utilized those funds as well. So we don't cover too much of that. Just because I don't believe that there are any projects scheduled for the coming year.
We just extended the multi-use path in front of Tourist Park using those funds.
past year,
and
yes.
then the shared streets and spaces grant
Mm-hmm.
that the commission did have a resolution of approval for in May. We're waiting to hear back on that right now. That would use a good portion of that mining corridor funding.
Correct, yes, thank you. So those are.
So we're waiting to hear on that though.
And that's where we can take advantage of utilizing those funds for some projects that we could see and that would improve some of our streets or sidewalks or our multi-use paths. Thank you, that was such a good point.
So when the mine extended their life, did that extend the mining corridor agreement?
We renegotiated that agreement a few years ago.
Thank you.
It's slightly different, and I don't have the details on that one, but yes, they were.
I'd have to refresh myself. It's
Yeah.
been, I think, 2 years.
There was a pause or so in one of the years, and then it just changes the structure slightly. But that's a good question.
I think we can move on.
Yep. So public art does have the presented budget in front of you. I believe that most of this is focusing on some of those winter art installation. The cultural trail is in there. And then that is partially funded with, per the public art policy that the city commission does have, and that contributes about $31,500 for public art installations. And some of those other projects that they're looking at, like I said, specifically this year includes the light oscillation project in the DDA that you will see in this coming winter. Sanitation is also a special revenue fund that is pretty standard, that relates to some of our contractual fees, and we do pass that along to the users and the customers on that. There is a carrying fund balance in there for either some projects that are related specifically to sanitation services. It funds our leaf pickup, composting, things like that, but there is a fund balance that's carried on there that we do sometimes use in order to stabilize any rate increases that we would be experiencing. The contract with Waste Management will be up in the near future, so we are renegotiating right now what that would look like. There was an extension requested, and some of that will be coming back before the commission with the intention of trying to keep those rates very low and keep that service high. So that should be coming forward, but as it is reflected here is no changes at that point, unless it was contractually already negotiated. LDFA is also considered a special revenue. The LDFA budget is really, we think about that in relation to the SMART zone, but this is really the mechanism of receiving those TIF or that captured funds and just allocating that out per the contract with Innovate Marquette in the SMART zone. So there's not much really to kind of discuss on that one, other than the amounts do increase per property tax increases. The city's contribution does remain at a capped $400,000.
And we hit that cap back in 2022.
And they're, I think they have, just over 5 years? 5 or 7? Yeah. So I think we're closer to that 5 year now, less than 5 years. PEG fees remain fairly stable. I will let you know that there are other conversations in the state trying to monitor PEG fees, which have to relate to the public education and government cable channel and the fees that are negotiated with those companies. And there are some conversations and keeping an eye on that for the future. It's minimal, I would say, at this point, of about $20,800. Nothing super significant, but we do utilize that for using for our broadcast system that that airs our city commission meetings, which is incredibly important for the education of the public.
Our
But-
camera and audio system in this chambers is quite robust, and we're still paying it back using those fees. So.
Drug law enforcement is very specifically used for things that allow us to continue to, I would say, fight the crime and keeping the drugs off of the streets. So that's a hard one to really estimate on what we receive. So we just, whatever we receive, it's all forfeiture funds. We kind of just set it aside for when we receive that, and then it's utilized back into the police department to continue those operations. Criminal justice training is specifically utilized for funds that we receive for that, and is utilized for training our police department. The opioid settlement fund, I do want to just touch on because we get some questions on that, and we've received a number of questions even recently about it. Those funds have just started coming in. Again, they're rather insignificant in the sense that there's not
Our allocation is a lot less than other governing entities such as the county.
So what we are doing is continuing to have those conversations with the county if there are ways to collaborate and utilize those funds as determined by the settlement, which is for preventing the negative impacts of opioids out into our community. And senior services, we have, that continues on with the operations, and that is funded through the city millage that was, again, recently reapproved through the voters. And they are using those funds in addition to receiving funds from the county and other entities and contractual agreements to fund senior services within our community. They do have a small fund balance that they continue to utilize for special projects or build up in order to do one major project, such as exploring other things like a new senior center or other senior services as well.
Those millages were just renewed, the city and the county senior millages, and they were both within the, I think, 80% range of yes votes. So that's pretty amazing, and I think really speaks to the talent in our senior center and our senior services. Can't miss a chance to give them a shout out.
Exactly. And John, if you're back there, I think. What's the age for being able to take advantage of some senior services?
Well, it depends on the district. It's between 55 and 60.
Surprise! So 55. I'm just saying. So when we think about our aging, when we're looking at our aging population, that's not the 65 and above. That can start at 55, and that population is continuing to grow, and that population, is remaining fairly independent as well, and they're able to remain in their house because they do receive some of these services here that we can help coordinate at the city level. I have heard so many great things about our senior services that has helped so many people and families as well, young families that are taking care of aging parents. They can really rely on these services. So they do a lot with a little, and I think we're all really proud of them.
And we continue to be recognized for the level of service that we offer.
Yeah, nationally.
We really like the senior center. I don't know if you know this.
We really love our seniors, So, and then Lakeview Arena, I'm just going to kind of start touching on that here before Commissioner Smith, I know, has probably some questions on that here shortly. So typically Lakeview Arena, this one has been, I want to say, subsidized by the general fund previously, and that is a recreation opportunity. So while it is sometimes a burden onto the general fund when we talk about a subsidy, it's also one that we hear quite frequently from the community that's important for our recreational opportunities, especially with our youth as it relates to hockey. But we have to admit that the facility is an older facility and has been doing quite well with maintenance, but there will be some expensive improvements that will be needed at some point, and we would be looking to see where that balance comes from, maintaining that, improving that, and the continuation of that with the needs that we have in the community. Where we stand today is there is less of a quote-unquote subsidy that is planned for fiscal year 25, and that subsidy is coming for operations. That doesn't include the debt service or the the TELP payment, which is an obligation that we're taking from the general fund, or we're putting on the general fund, which is about $200,000. So the operational subsidy that we're looking at, even with Lakeview Arena for fiscal year 25, is, how much are we saying it is? Nothing. We have, go ahead.
This was probably one of the first years that, when I sat with John on his budget, it was impressive to see that the use of admission fees had gone up. And if he wants to touch on it, I'd be happy to have him do that. But he did see that there was a difference with having more ice going. So as of right now, actually, I will correct myself. The only thing that the general fund subsidizes for in Lakeview Arena is its debt service payments. So the TELP payment and the bonds that they have on there, the general fund will kick in that amount of transfer in to cover those costs. So that way we're really able to see how they can budget their operations.
Prior years, it was exceeding $200,000. And that was not including debt funds. Correct. And, you know, I would like to give this opportunity, if John, you wanted to come up here and just explain the changes that have occurred that have gotten you to this point, if that's okay, Mayor.
Pardon? Oh, that's good. What?
All right, so a couple of things here.
Oh, did you want to, where'd she go?
Commissioner Smith,
Oh, she'll be right back.
give her just a second.
Okay.
I don't actually know where she went.
So Mary mentioned the revenues increasing. So page 98 or 89, if you look at the use and admission fees, that's mostly our ice rental fees. So over the years, we've gone from 387,000 to 520,000 to 585,000 to an estimated 611,000 this year. So that's sort of the trajectory that we're looking at for our main source of revenue. So that's increasing quite a bit. I'd also, yeah. Yeah.
Is that, can you clarify if that has to do with increase in fee per hour rental contracts, or different programs, or?
It's actually a combination of all the above. So the fees we've been increasing, an average of 4.5% to 5%. We've been doing it in $10 increments per hour. So that's roughly 4.5% this year. So increased fees definitely help. Increased interest. So you think about junior hockey's roster. You think about the amount of high school ice time that they're renting. I think about some of the new programs like curling. Increased interest in figure skating. All of these, we've seen increases in demand for the hours. And so that combined with the increased fees has resulted in this higher amount. Now, additionally, on top of that, when NMU decided to renovate the Berry Event Center, we worked with them to make sure that there was enough ice for the community during that time. And that got us into a period of having ice outside of our comfort zone and into the hotter months. Now, what that did was it allowed us to sort of test the equipment, the new equipment that we have in the compressor room, and those compressors handled very hot days with ease, and our electric bills were less than what we anticipated for those segments. So what we learned from that is that we are able to rent outside of the normal ice season and to get some of those user groups in on the ice during that time. The caveat there is anytime we do that, I do require that the team make sure that we have all of our expenses covered for those additional months. So typically it's about $20,000 in expenses for a month. So we have to have at least that amount of ice revenue in order to offer that to the community. So we sort of put the feelers out and make sure the groups are committed to renting at least that much ice. So that's been a huge plus, and it's been working to our advantage. Other things that I would point out, just the general interest in skating has increased within the community. So if you look at the line item for open skate and drop-in skate and skate rentals, all of that's been increasing along with the general ice rental. So that has been going up. And of course, we have events at Lakeview Arena as well. So total subsidies of 307,000. Total expenses 1.1 million. So about 27% of the expenses, when you consider operating costs, administrative overhead, and debt service, are covered by the general fund. So one thing I'd point out as we're doing the recreation master plan, we're kind of looking at the pyramid of cost recovery. So this is a standard that the industry has for, how much cost recovery do you expect from different recreation opportunities. And at the top of the pyramid, it's 70 to 100%. And as you work down through the pyramid, it becomes more 100% covered, through things like a general fund. And we generally consider Lakeview to not be in that top tier just in the services offered to the community, but with only 27% covered by the general fund, we're achieving that top tier with that. So it's worth noting.
So in relations to having to plan for future improvements and maintenance and larger cost items, waiting for the Parks and Rec master plan to talk about the needs of the community and the wants of the community when it comes to recreation and that facility specifically. We are waiting for that before any long-term planning on the future use and design or changes to Lakeview Arena. But the good news is for this year, the subsidy is only limited to debt service and help payment. That was hard for me to say.
Any other questions for me on Lakeview?
Yes, Commissioner Schlegel.
Thanks, John. That 20,000 per month, is that one sheet or two?
That is our estimated cost just for running the compressors, and it fluctuates a little bit if we have two sheets. It's probably closer to $20,000 if we have two sheets. It's probably a little less than that if we have one. The difference between one and two sheets is not that much different. We still have to have staff. We still have to have the overhead. Still have the the power flowing through the compressor rooms, and we still have the dehumidification. So there's a bit of difference, but it's you could run two sheets on 20,000.
I'd be curious to see what it would be if you just had the smaller sheet, with less volume.
Yeah, in general, running the systems is just energizing them, getting them going is the big expense.
It's good to know. And I there's a lot of buzz out there about sheet ice at this time of year. Obviously, I understand why most people don't have it, including Nagani, and even I don't think anybody. Marinette might have had it, but I think that they got rid of it too. But some of the youth hockey groups were really complaining that they'd have to travel to Green Bay to get a sheet of ice right now. So it's exciting to see that you could potentially have ice without putting a strain on the system over there.
Yeah, and we recently had a sort of community-wide meeting on all kinds of different recreation opportunities, and out of that it was pretty clear that we're going to be looking to work with NMU a little bit more just to make sure that we have all bases covered. Like I said before, it's not justifiable to put it in and run it if we don't have the the demand for it. But if we can show that we do, then we try to do that. The other limiting factor is we don't have in-floor heat, which seems like a weird thing in an ice arena. But that allows you to actually defrost. You have to defrost what's underneath the slab, and if you don't, you can cause major issues with it. So we don't have that, so we have to allow a certain down period for each sheet throughout the year just to get rid of that frost level, to not have some major mechanical issues. So there's challenges with that, but I think within the community we should be able to work to always have a sheet and also benefit the general fund.
And if you did put one sheet up, there's really not another event that, I know NTN uses it and stuff like that, but that you couldn't accommodate with the main area if it was one sheet versus two.
Yeah, last year we had the Olson ice in during Order Shore, so it's kind of nice to take a break and wander in there and cool down.
Well, that's exciting, and I know a lot of people that reach out to me are going to be excited to hear that as an option. I don't know if it's possible to put feelers out to other communities and say, hey, you know, we're going to have year-round ice here. What could you guys look at committing to cover your bases? But look forward to hearing about it more. Thanks.
You touched on
Commissioner
a good
Smith?
point. Do you mind if I just piggyback
Go
off
ahead.
that? Excuse me, I'm sorry. You mentioned something about reaching out to other communities that have offered this and trying to coordinate perhaps available space. When we talk about the users within that utilize that facility, the user groups are coming from the city, but also beyond the city. And we start exploring how we can continue to support that if it is continued to subsidize from the general fund as taxpayer funded, and looking at the amenity that's offered as a tax funded facility versus a community funded facility. And that's where some of those other conversations in the future come. If we have other partnerships perhaps or collaboration with communities outside of just Marquette City.
By community, I'm talking the hockey community as well. You know, not just Nagani or Ishpeming, Gwyn, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. Appreciate the updates. The 300,000 is always tough for me to stomach. I understand we can't do anything about it right now. I'll be interested to see what the rec study, the rec master planning process comes back with, and I think we should use it as a roadmap as we will. But you know, if hockey is in the top few things, then absolutely, and ice skating, and you know, then I think that it makes sense. But if there are other things that come up, I think we need to maybe reallocate those dollars, as unpopular as that might be. When I think about $300,000, I think about the people paying for that who aren't using an ice arena at all. And I think about an indoor, access to indoor space in the winter, whatever that might look like. We have it for the senior center. We don't, I mean, I personally, and it's not about me, but as an example, I pay for my daughter to go to gymnastics class. I pay for swim lessons, and I don't have access from my taxpayer dollars at a discounted rate to any of those things. And yet I pay for other people who don't live in the city to play hockey and do figure skating at Lakeview Arena. So I think that needs to be reevaluated. It's just an example. It doesn't bother me personally, but I want to make sure we're putting our taxpayer dollars where it benefits the most members of our community. I don't know if 300,000 is the amount we pay to use some kind of, I mean, I've lived in other communities where there's been a recreation center or a partnership with someone who already does those things, so citizens have access to indoor spaces. I think about mental and physical health in the winter. I know that's a loaded subject, but I can't go without saying, I don't think we can continue to pay this 300,000 indefinitely. So if we are gonna set aside some, you know, at some points, almost $500,000 a year, I think we need to think about our whole community and not just ice arena community. Thank you.
That was heavily mentioned in the community master planning sessions, and I'm assuming it would be, I know I mentioned it at the Parks and Rec master plan session as well, so it's something we've heard quite a lot about, of having a more robust indoor sports facility. And just of note, and I know that we had mentioned it early on, and it may not have been really highlighted as much. This year, previous years, it had been about $550,000 total subsidy, which includes $350 for debt service and over $200 for general operating subsidy from the general fund. And we have decreased that down to $300,000 just for debt and TELP payment. And the TELP payment is about $66,000 at this point. I'm sorry, it's about 210,000, 18,000. And some of the other debt is a little bit less than that. So we're getting there.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you, John.
Good.
Moving along.
All right. Moving along to enterprise funds. If you want to turn to page 106 to 124, that's where you will find your enterprise fund starting. Again, the accounting for enterprise funds differs from the accounting of general fund. as well. And so that is why when Commissioner Smith asked a really great question of there's $15 million here sitting in reserves in one of these accounts, why are we postponing some of this stuff? The fund balance that you see in the way that the budget is presented is a little bit different in accounting because it does account for net assets. So just keep that in mind. These funds record the financing, acquisition, operation, and maintenance of city activities related to operations of utilities, Tourist Park, Lakeshore, and Lighthouse Park, the fuel system, and our marinas. These act and are recorded with accounting principles similar to business operations. So you see more of a fee bringing in a revenue and a cost that may not be directly tied to that fee, and you are setting aside things for other improvements or other items. So it acts a little bit different, and it's predominantly self-supporting from those user charges. So keep that in mind. I'm going to save water, sewer, and stormwater perhaps for last, just because I think those are the heavier topics that we would like to discuss. So I'm just going to kind of jump to Tourist Park, which happens to be the first one on page 106 anyways. Tourist Park is one of our greatest assets, right? I think we all really enjoy it. It's also very self-sustaining. There are a number of projects that are in the works out there to improve things, but we are operating at max capacity there for a greater number of the days that we see. Just of note, I believe NTN, the Order Shore race, is one of the first weekends for Tourist Park to when the reservations open, to sell out and fill up. So we are seeing more of that on select weekends where there are these big events that Tourist Park is filling up in the reservation system. So it's pretty darn exciting. Things are similar to prior years, with the fact that we will be finishing up some of those projects that have been started, like the Day Use Park project and some other small projects as well. So nothing of specific note unless there are questions having to do with Tourist Park. It's remaining self-sustaining and profitable.
Just a comment. I don't know, and John, maybe you have the answer to this, but in years past, when it transitions into the winter dog park, they go through and they'll pick up the leaves or best they can, depending on if we have a major weather event. This past year, they didn't do it, and we didn't really have a lot of snow. And I'm not gonna. I do know that there were some issues with different bugs, let's say, that go into that dogs pick up from molds and whatnot. And there was a number of occasions when people would say, hey, be careful, a little bit of kennel cough every once in a while. That's not exactly related to what I'm talking about. But point is that I wasn't sure if, because we didn't have a lot of snow this year, that those uglies that, kind of fester in the leaves and the needles and all the waters and stuff might have contributed to some of those illnesses. I'm not sure if that's a normal approach to not pick up the leaves, and I could understand one way or the other. I'm sure there's a realistic approach to either way, but I thought I'd bring it up just because I frequent it probably 5 to 6 times a week in the winter, and I'm just, I wasn't sure if that was on the radar at all, or if it was even made aware by the people that were going out there. So I thought I'd at least throw it out and see what you might have to say about it.
Here comes John.
Yeah, so Tourist Park, as far as low snow year and getting into the spring cleanup, we did have, a little bit of conflict with, everything that DPW has to do that time of year with our opening this year. So we're hoping to coordinate that a little bit better next year. But we did get it all kind of cleaned up. I think what you're probably referring to, what you're probably hearing about, is more blastomycosis that is prevalent around the basin there. And it's not necessarily that they're having issues in Tourist Park proper. They call the trail system on the other side Tourist Park as well. And, that's typically, I think, where I'm hearing that the cases are coming from. And that's not necessarily fecal matter related. That's more soil organism related, as far as I know. So, yeah, that's what we were hearing. We were hearing a lot of it 2 years ago, and a little bit of it last year. And we were talking with the vet clinics in town, and that was kind of what they were saying. It's a natural occurring thing in the soil loam and not related to fecal matter. So.
Gotcha.
And just to note that, yeah, there's, we have been discussing it, and if there are any things that we can be doing to prevent it, we would, but at this point, there has not been anything directed to us that could assist with preventing that other than avoiding the areas that
Sure.
are wooded.
I appreciate that, you know, and as a note and a compliment to the city, the guys that take care of that loop out there during the winter, it is used. I'm going to do a study, I swear. I'm going to sit out there for a weekend and pull a brum and get you a bunch of information that you didn't want to hear. But my point is that we've got the ability to have anywhere from, I would bet, 250 to probably 500 people on a good day out there. The traffic is constant, and I'm only there from 3 to 6. I would like to know what you know, the kind of traffic that it does have from, you know, dusk to dawn or dawn to dusk, whatever. But they really do a great job of getting out there and plowing it. They do a great job of making it so it's safe. And there's 75, 85-year-old ladies with their crampons, you know, walking their little dogs for one lap a day. No, you're much faster than that. But it's so well used and so well loved and so much appreciated. I wanted to, you know, make it known just because it's such an amazing outlet for winter months. Like you were saying, with, you know, mental health and everything else that comes with it, it's really an asset. So, thank you.
I'll note that there, I believe last year there were 88 residents and 26 non-residents that purchased dog park passes. And I just want to note that, yes, while there is a small revenue source for that, it's not significant. The purpose of having a registration and a dog park pass is to, one, allow the amenity for our taxpayers and our other community members, but also to ensure that those dogs are properly vaccinated. So I hope that if we're seeing 200 people, perhaps maybe they're double dogs or something like that. But just a quick reminder that there is a procedure for that and a permit that is needed in order to ensure the safety of the dogs at the dog park. I know you, Paul, are registered. I checked. Don't worry.
I am guilty. And I will tell you what.
I'm guilty.
I'm not going to lie. You know, I didn't go online. I didn't pay my $15. And I'm going to pay it forward and probably pay for the last 3 years that I've done
Yeah.
it and bring that money in and make up for it.
The clerk's office.
You
is
can
open
go
until-
retroactive, Paul.
What's that?
The clerk's office is open until 4:30
Yeah,
today.
I got to get my paperwork. So,
You have some time because it is a winter dog park that is not open
and
just yet.
I'm the biggest advocate for it. But you know, I'm the laziest guy when it comes to coming in, and I'll drop off my bill over there, but I don't pay the bill over here. So
If
I'm
there's-
embarrassed and I'm ashamed. Sorry.
If there is an easier way, nobody asked, if there is an easier way to expedite that process so people don't have to physically come in, we certainly would explore that. However, because of the nature of trying to ensure that there is proper licensing, it is one that sometimes has a few more ounces of red tape. So we look forward to seeing you, Paul.
I promise it's going to happen. So, and if there's a way that I can sit out there for a weekend and do some polling or something along those lines, I've got a survey already thought up in my head that doesn't get anybody in trouble, but we'll talk about it on a third Monday.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Okay. I paid, by the way.
Oh, Sally.
I'm very compliant.
I will also note about, speaking of the dog park, a lot of the effort to clear out the dog park and prepare it for tourist park season, for the spring season. We rely heavily on a strong volunteer group to assist with those that are not as good and not as responsible as all of you that pick up after your dog. So they load up truckfuls of that kind of stuff. So that is one of the things that is hard for us to see when we look at future dog park options, when we still have such a large cleanup effort in the spring for that area.
And you're spending $10,000 on coupons.
You know what, and that is well worth it, right? So use them, please. So, all right.
Okay, anything else for Tourist Park?
Tourist Park. Good news story, dog.
No curveballs there.
but appreciate the dialogue. Lakeshore and Lighthouse Park relates to the Lighthouse Park area, and one of the things that we are looking at is improving, obviously, that area, which has seen some improvements with recent debt issuances back in 2018, but other improvements that we are looking for funding through the rentals at Lighthouse Park is in here as well. So nothing really of note on this one at this point, other than the rental fees for the captain's residence, which are finally kind of just leveling off and becoming a little bit more predictable, and go into the operations and cleanup of that area. Moving on to the fuel system is one that is somewhat similar to even an internal service fund. It is where we record our fuel that we utilize for ourselves, but also for our other organizations that we partner with, such as the schools and NMU if they use some of our fuel. They are charged a little bit of a surcharge there, but they can take advantage of our non-taxable pricing status with a little bit of a charge there. So that's where that operates as. Marinas, Presque Isle, Cinder Pond Marina are certainly ones that are noteworthy for successes. They are becoming quite self-sustaining, but we are projecting out some potential projects in the near future that we would need to plan for and start building up those reserves or exploring what options we have for financing or funding. Anything to add on those ones?
Some big projects are coming up that are going to, just like you said, we need to start strategizing a way to build up some reserves so that we're ready to be able to fund those improvements.
But fairly stable. Great. Any other questions before we move to water, sewer, stormwater? The meat of it that we are interested in? Great. Utility funds. I believe it was in 2022 that we revised our utility rate study and took the previously done study that had a 10-year projection and really look at revising that into one that is considering the current projects that we are at, and then also playing catch up with a few years prior to that where we were dealing with COVID and we had some other unknown things that had happened, and we wanted to be able to stabilize a few things for our residents. What had been decided even last year was to continue on to that plan, and we are recommending that again this year to stay the course with those increases, and perhaps maybe even looking here, if this helps you visualize it a little bit more, and I can share the study again and that presentation again to refresh everybody's memory. But where we are is looking at staying the course with a 5.8% increase overall when you equal it out between the water, sewer, and stormwater increases. Now, when we looked at this rate study and when we look at our rates and what we are proposing, there's a lengthy process that is followed through that, and the considerations that we put into there are, forecasting revenue that are under, existing rates and future rates, looking at capital expenditures. This is where that point of where Commissioner Smith mentioned that we are planning for infrastructure improvements, and this is a major, evidence of that this is built into our rates so we can have long-term sustainability, but smoothing that rate instead of every year spiking or holding on rates as the expenditures we experience. And then looking at what could probably be considered as fund balance, but looking at those reserves and where we can comfortably be in reserves for 90 days for our operation and maintenance, debt service, things like that, and level off some of those spikes year to year. Go ahead.
I think one important point here is, we adjusted, we readjusted, we tried to smooth this out, and we're on the last year of the bigger increases.
I see that.
As you can see.
And then we start with basically just keeping up with inflation to make sure that, we're not going backwards again. But we're at the end of the line for the big increases.
And prior to the rate study being redone, the existing rate structure that was out there was not sustainable to include some of those debt service that we'd be obligated to cover with our revenues, future debt service that we would need to be issuing, our increasing operations and maintenance, and then also some other depreciating assets that would need to be replaced. So we were looking more for a stable rate structure that would incrementally increase it with obviously front-loading some of those larger expenses or larger increases here in the first few years. So I'm going to get to kind of the real question is, okay, how much is it going to increase over the next year? When we look at increases, obviously it changes for every household, but the average household, we utilize that 4,000 gallons per month at that 5/8 meter size and on a lot size of 1/5 of an acre or less. And I'm referencing the rates here that I'll send, I'll go back to, but I want to stick with this one first. That increase equates to approximately $8 per month increase for the average household, so less than $100 per year. It's $96 per year if we're looking at the average out there. So that doesn't come lightly. We want to recognize that is another increase to our residents as well. But when we were looking at what prior plans had, it would have been significantly more. And if we don't do this, there are some significant risks to the infrastructure that we need to maintain and to improve as well. So I wanted to kind of not hold it in suspense anymore, but what we are looking at is an average $8 increase per month for our average household. I'm just going to go back here for a moment just so that we can kind of see another way of looking at this. This just shows the difference, when you look at the water, the different meter sizes. But again, the average household is about that 5/8 meter. That is the first section of that. What we're looking at is the per month amount, so that's your fixed rate. And then when you look at the general 1 per 1,000 gallon rate, that is your variable rate, which you have a little bit more control over with water conservation. Sewer, all customers pay the same fixed rate and variable rate as well. And stormwater, there you see it for the lot size that you have. And the average household is that 1/5 of an acre. So I'm just pausing here for a moment. Is there a specific table that anybody would like me to stick on for a moment instead of change? And what questions can I answer?
No real surprise as we've seen this before. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. We would be looking at the 785, not the 806.
Correct. Yes, this is when we look at the prior plan that we had in place. Yes, so you're looking at the $7.85. Correct.
Yeah, I think if you look at later years under prior plan, you were saving a little bit more. Yeah. So
That's a good point. Question on this total 5.8%. How was that number calculated? Because when I added up the 3 rates, 7 plus 4 plus 14 times 5 divided by 3, I got a different number. So what is 5.8% total?
So that's going to be looking at using the average 4,000 gallons, 5/8, 1/5 acre. So the 5.8 is going to incorporate your overall adjustment. So rate increase, so you have monthly rates, fixed rate and variable rate. So calculating that out per your annual percentage increase, that's what you would be experiencing.
Stormwater is going up 14%, but it's not a third of your bill.
Thank you.
It's weighted, yeah.
So this is looking at an average bill, is about 5.8% higher than it was.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
From the previous year, yeah.
What would happen if we stop it to blow a little bit? I'm just gonna ask. I don't know that I think I would approve it as is. I just want to hear you.
You would be delaying any ability to increase any reserves for future capital improvements and perhaps delaying any of those capital improvements. And then also it would just create more of an increase in the later years instead of a less of an increase in the next year. It would have to be absorbed in future years in order to stay the course for where we need to be.
I do think it's a hard question to answer necessarily on the spot without doing a financial analysis. We've undertaken a couple of big projects in recent years, most recently the solid waste expansion. So I don't know how this is factored into our repayment of those bonds. It might be a question that needs to be answered at a later date too, with more details.
And when we look at, I don't have the list handy at this point, but when we look at all similar or the UP communities and where we fall in line with their comparables to their rates. We are right about in the middle. So there are some that have higher rates, there are some that have lower rates, and I feel like if we're right in the middle that says, hey, we're continuing to maintain our infrastructure, which is incredibly important right now, and we're still able to keep it at a little bit less than some other communities, which are catching up. We've done a phenomenal job at maintaining that as we go versus putting things off to a point where then it's an emergency and it costs more.
Yep, I just know a lot of people are hurting, so an extra $100 a year, while it doesn't seem like a lot, could be a lot for some people on fixed incomes, with inflation the way it is, but I see both sides, and I'm just asking the question. It doesn't mean that that's, I'm set on that. I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
I think it's important, an important question to ask is, can we hold off on this? Can we do something different? That's how we landed with a revised rate study as well, is because we did take a break and did deviate from the plan to a point where we were not meeting the required amounts for reserves that were needed for some of our bond issuances or grants that we would have to take advantage of, and some other future projects we would not be able to have qualified for had we not been in the financial position that we were in. So that's how we ended up with a revised rate study. There are some other customer assistance options that we have been either recommending or utilizing, but we have not seen a significant use of that within the city. And that is some of those residential programs like the LIWAP programs, some of the state funding that has recently come out since COVID. It's been very, I would say only a handful of users have been qualifying for that or utilizing that. And our delinquent accounts has kind of leveled out as well. And there's really remains only a handful of those. And we have been putting those on payment plans. We do try to work with those instances. And when we present this to the public, there will be an example of how to identify this on your bill and how to calculate your bill with these increases, so that we can have people preparing for that, which is why we include the entire plan for the future as well, so that we can continue to talk about, hey, this isn't necessarily a surprise because we are aware that next year we will have a $5.40 increase. And so by the end of this plan, you can see what those increases are. And that doesn't make it easier, but at least we're talking about having a plan that's publicly out there to discuss. So if we're good with utilities, we're going to just talk about what's next. Because that's where we're at. Next steps we're talking about setting the public hearing at the next meeting. So because of the way that the fiscal year is and the way that our meeting schedule and the calendar year has fallen, September 30th would be our last commission meeting for September, and that's the day before our new fiscal year. It is not advisable to be waiting until the day before to pass your budget unless there are significant changes that are being requested, which I haven't heard so far. So we are shooting and attempting for that September 9th date for the public hearing. So again, you will see an agenda item setting the public hearing on Monday. That public hearing will be held on September 9th. At that time, we will have a presentation for the public on that, so that we can talk about the budget and the things that would be expected, and that could be available prior to that even, so that people have some time to review it. The budget is available to the public online. There are copies also made available in certain areas, I believe the clerk's office and the library, if I'm not mistaken, the budget. And that can be looked at. But if there are any updates, we will try to make sure that everybody is aware of that. If there's any updates, they would at this point be very minor, because we have the bulk of it done. And then ongoing, we talk about monitoring and amending the budget as we go. We do have quarterly reviews. We do have mid-year budget updates. And if the commission is, needing to have more discussion mid-year, we can certainly have more of those conversations in this format or at a public meeting as well. And as we go forward, if we have funding identified or opportunities identified, looking at evaluating spring projects, if that is possible, we will certainly talk about that. That is.
You're done.
That is, I can certainly
Look
fill
at
up more
that.
time if you like. We can talk about government all day long.
So we're only a half an hour ahead of schedule right now.
Okay.
Are there any questions or any other materials that you would like
Commissioner
us
Smith?
to send out?
Full of questions today. I care, okay? I really care. Thank you. Vehicle fleet, did I miss it when I ran to the restroom? Did we talk about the vehicle fleet?
We did not. Thank you for reminding me on that
Okay,
one.
just a general, like how it's going, how that impacts budget. Is it looking like it'll be better for us for budget? What does that mean?
So the lease program, and we touched on it very briefly within motor pool funding, which was an internal service fund. So we didn't spend a great deal of time on it, but I think it's really something that we were pretty excited about last year, and then pretty darn excited when we came to the commission for approval on that. We are in the early phases of that, where we are starting to transition some of our currently owned vehicles into those leased vehicles. And again, this is light duty trucks or light duty vehicles, not our snow plows or our bigger equipment. And so far, things have been working out quite well for that. I don't recall how many we have at this point received in the fleet, and I don't know if Eric.
25, 30, somewhere in there? Yeah.
So we are doing quite well. We are really trying to see what those impacts are going to be financially for all of the different departments, because we are transitioning into it. It might be a little bit, I don't want to say bumpy, but not as smooth as we've, financially have seen it until we get our entire fleet in place to take advantage of that. But it is working. It is one that we have enough funds to continue on with that program at this point.
So for 25, are we budgeting similar amount to see how it goes from what we did, and we're hoping eventually we'll see cost savings?
Correct.
Okay,
So-
that's all I needed to know.
So I think
Thank
the cost
you.
savings that you're starting to see will be in the maintenance, because we are eliminating some of those older high mileage vehicles that may not be worth anything. And we should be incredibly proud. We, as a city, have taken our vehicles and passed them along from department to department for uses, and we use them until they don't operate anymore. So while there's professionalism standard where you want to see up-to-date equipment and not to say shiny new vehicles, but vehicles that are in really good condition, we also run them until they don't work anymore, even if they have a rusted bumper or something like that. I'm thinking of some of the seasonals that drive around one of those vehicles. But we are seeing the savings in probably maintenance more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other commissioners? Nope.
Cover
Well,
all those
since
questions.
Commissioner Smith started talking about miscellaneous things, I'll ask a question that I get asked a lot. The Captain's House is doing pretty well with the rentals, but we also have another piece of property on the lakefront that is sitting there, and I know that it's not in compliance with where we could rent it, but what are our future plans for that?
It's not out of compliance. You're referring to the Lakeshore House?
Yeah.
Are you sure you wouldn't rather just talk about the captain's house? I like talking
I'm
about
just
the
curious, I
captain's
get asked
residence.
a lot about it, and we're here at the budget. Does it cost us to keep it there? Are we somehow going to put it in our plans for upgrading it so that we can rent it?
We're evaluating the structure right now. We had a roof leak. It brought to light some other problems. We're seeking insurance money to help us do that. It needs a renovation to make it productive. So we're trying to identify funding for it at the moment. I don't have approval from the commission to spend any money or turn it into, another rental in our park system like I have the captain's residence. So it's kind of an ongoing project for
So I'm
me.
going to sit there. We're not putting it in the budget yet.
And yes, and it is probably, we don't have the funding, it's a lower priority list, but it is not one that we can also turn around and easily offload as surplus property either. It is a complicated piece of property. It is also one that from my understanding, when it was acquired, it is acquired for the general purpose of preserving the lakefront and lakeshore and development on that side. So it's not out of line for having to acquire it, but selling something like that or selling that piece of property is not in line with the goals of what we've heard.
Absolutely not.
And it's also very complicated because of the way that piece of property sits and some other complexities. of the boundaries.
The only priority with purchasing it was to increase city ownership of the lakeshore. We have an incredible amount of city-owned public lakeshore. I mean, there's got to be a very few amount of spots. I need to add it up one day. There we go.
What is it?
85%.
85% of the lakeshore in the city of Marquette is publicly owned and available, and that the goal behind that was to increase that. What side benefits we can get from that building is what we're trying to figure out. It's very, very old too. I think it was built in 1913. So.
And the goal, with renting it would be covering the cost of acquiring that piece of property, and then similar to the captain's residence, that funding and that revenue we would receive would essentially be going back into the lakeshore, or in the captain's residence instance, the Lighthouse Park.
Yeah, exactly. Like our revenue from a campsite rental at Tourist
Right.
Park goes into those parks. I mean, they're not really short-term rentals. They're park rentals. They're park facilities, and they support public functions.
Yep, I get that. Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're done with new business, so I'm going to move on to public comments, and I see so many public here. Anyone for public comment? I think I can close public comment, which means comments from the commission. I'm going to start down there at the end with Commissioner Smith. We're going to go this way.
I don't have anything to add. I've asked all of my questions. I appreciate city staff and the commission, department heads for being here. A lot to be proud of. Thank you.
Commissioner Schlegel?
Thanks. My first time through with this new system, very efficient, nicely done. Thank you to all the staff that put the hard work into squeezing these numbers to get out everything that they did so that we're able to look at this budget in a very positive manner. I did have at least one other person in the community reach out with some specific questions regarding other programs that were in years past, JCI and things like that, but I've passed those questions on along to staff, and I'm sure I'll get some answers at some point in time, and be happy to put that to bed. But other than that, I just think it was a really well done, well discussed, well informed budget session. Thank you.
I don't have too much to add. I want to thank Mary and all the department heads for all the work you guys put in to make this budget a balanced budget. It makes it much easier to come and look at it when you're not debating how we're going to dip into the fund balance. So I appreciate that. And I really do like this format with one day. We've done it for a couple of years now, and I really do enjoy. It makes it a lot easier to digest when you have it all thrown at you once. So that's it.
Commissioner Larson?
Thank you for a good meeting. Glad to see we have a balanced budget. Slightly off-budget subject. On the other night, I had to call Public Works. I heard gurgling in my basement, and there was a charged sewer outside on my street. And the on-call supervisor, Dwayne, that night came over and took care of it. Had it rotted and run clear. So thanks for the city.
Those are our heroes.
And I don't really have anything else to do. I can't add anything to that. I'm really pleased with how this budget has come this year. And, I'm looking back to 2 or 3 years ago and how almost depressing it was. and it's so much easier and more fun to talk about the budget this year. So thank you very much for all the work, for all the department heads and all of the staff if they're sending you suggestions all the time. That's great. Okay, that's it. City Manager?
Oh, thank you. The dialogue has been incredibly productive and helpful. I reiterate all of those comments and say that we're really proud of where we are today. And that comes with a lot of hard work from city staff, from all of you, and a lot of patience and ideas that are thrown out from public too. It is really a great dialogue that we have almost on a daily basis about our budget situation. We're not going to get too comfortable, though. We are keeping an eye on the budget. We are keeping an eye on capital improvements and delayed or prolonged delays of those projects. So we are keeping a very close eye on that. We're going to remain optimistic, though, and be happy with where we are. But I look forward to presenting this more to the public and receiving feedback that way. Thank you.
And with that, I will close this meeting at 2:14 p.m. I do too, but I'll let you go. Well, yeah, can we call?